During the race, if a quad gets caught up in the net, too bad. You can't hinder the net, you can't get the quad out of it. If a quad gets stuck in the net, bummer. Shit happens, you can't get it down after the race. So during the race, quad in the net is a quad in the net. Do not jitter it, do not try to release it. So, that's it.
Pilots, get ready.
Okay guys, 1 minute before we're going to start with the race, R1 on Marek, R2 Nitro, R7 Macho, R7 Yuki Hashimoto. Elimination number 2,
Next race begins in 1 minute.
R1 Super Spider, R2 Jake, R7 G-Man, R8 Tima FPV. But first, elimination round number 1. R1 on Marek, R2 Nitro, R7 Macho, R8 Yuki Hashimoto. When you guys ready, put your quads on the starting block, put on the goggles, and give me a thumbs up when you're ready.
Next race begins in 30 seconds.
Right guys, 30 seconds to go.
Chris and I'm from Denmark.
South Africa.
From the UK.
Singapore.
From the Netherlands.
Belgium.
Kazakhstan.
I'm from Switzerland.
Jordan. Bahrain.
Kuwait.
Oman.
Germany.
Saudi Arabia.
Chris and I'm from Denmark.
South Africa.
From the UK.
Singapore.
From the Netherlands.
Belgium.
Kazakhstan.
I'm from Switzerland.
Jordan.
Bahrain.
Kuwait.
Oman.
Germany.
Saudi Arabia.
And the news, we're a Riyadh season and the Riyadh Drone Racing World Cup 2025. Welcome everybody to our finals day. It is time for elimination, time for some pilots to make their way through a fierce set of battles until we find out who will be the new champion, the first ever champion of the Riyadh Drone Racing World Cup. The first of the FAI events for 2025 and the first time there's ever been a drone race like this in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I'm Matt Andrews. Welcome to our arena where we had 145 pilots battling through the last 2 days, getting one practice and then 3 rounds of qualifying. Now we have the top 64 of them based on their 3 fastest lap times around this track. Those top 64 are in a single elimination battle, meaning one time only in every one of your races. The races will be 4 pilots in each. The pilots who come first and second will proceed to the next round. The pilots who come third or fourth, sadly, their run through the tournament will stop for them there. So we are into the first set of races with the top 64 pilots. And yeah, it's all do or die day. And as our audience grows here with the other pilots who couldn't be in the top 64, plus our growing audience here in Riyadh, who we know are very loud and supportive of everybody, and we absolutely love it. That is growing here to make a lot of noise as we cheer on our competitors. Who's going to end up being the champion at the end of the day? Well, we had some pilots who were very, very quick in qualifying and some gaps that maybe are a little bit bigger than people might have expected early in a qualifying round over the 3 that we had yesterday. Standout performer is the reigning FAI World Champion. Yuki Hashimoto from Japan was fastest, I think, in all 3 of our qualifying rounds individually, and of course, quickest overall as a result. Behind him, though, some very big names in the top 8, and indeed in the whole of the top 64. 49 nationalities of pilots started in the racing here as of the, as I say, 145 competitors who were flying. People are wondering if this is the largest drone race in terms of field of competitors that there has ever been, and that may well be the case. We had 105 at the World Championship at the WDRC, that was in Hangzhou in China last November. 105 competed there, 145 started in our tournament. Let's show you what's happened over the last couple of days. So you can see lots of happy competitors. There's young Pepper. We'll see him in the top 64, I think. And our track challenging for everybody. This indoor environment, beautifully lit with all the LEDs. Louisa, the reigning women's world champion. There's Yuki Hashimoto, the reigning overall FAI world champion. And noisy, noisy fans that we have come to know and love. Our starting seats looking fantastic. And quads looking fantastic, and then looking a little bit less fantastic. And now we have a race. Let's get into this. So, in the race that's going on behind me, which I hope we will show you. We have Daniel from Spain, Bai Chi-che, the runner-up of the World Championship. The Chinese pilot is flying. Chris M and Nicho FPV. There's young Bai Chi-che, that's Zapita. That is Chris M. Okay, in our next race, in the first round of our eliminations, we've got the reigning British champion, Daniel Jason Carbis, flying as Carb. We have Yuran Qian. We have Thomas Ignacio Fundes Amigo and Pavel Leshak, pilots from Great Britain, China, Chile, and Poland.
are 8 Fabio. But first we gotta get elimination round number 5. R1, Alexakra. R2, King Joshi. R7, Minjay. R8, Fenomen. If you guys ready, plug in your quads, put it on the starting grid, make contact with your pilots. If you get 4 thumbs up, you're ready to go.
Kannst du Bild?
Ja, du kannst wieder ausstecken, weil ich muss warten. Wie komme ich im Film? You gotta start different. Ja, ich muss. Wie komme ich im Film nur rechts, gell? Also nach außen.
Alles innen.
Pilots ready? No. Okay.
Race 5, E1, Alexakra, R1, King Joshi, R2, Minji, R7, Fenomen, R8.
The one here doesn't have a ground station, it's broken.
Ready? Oh. I don't have a ground station to repair mine.
He doesn't have a ground station for... Somebody was taking the ground stations up before.
Like this.
Watch out, other things. One guy is also armed the whole time.
Yeah, unplug.
Not anymore. Yeah, no. Just go pit mode, you know.
Why we wait? Free and city, the ground station.
I don't feel comfortable flying like that.
Someone's taking the ground station? That's the green one. Go unplug.
So, I was looking for gates. But it was okay, I got third. Max gonna be better than I would place now. Because I would place somewhere like pretty bad. And because I got third in my league, at least, how many heaters? 16? At least 16 people are gonna be behind. As far as I understand it. That's pretty nice actually. Then maybe even more, so I'm gonna be
Yeah, like that. No, in the middle. Yeah.
usually go straight through. When you're through and you're turning, it's better to be maybe last coming through the first turn than to be crashed. So if, like everyone that so far has crashed, so there's 1/3
Ich steck mal kurz ein zum Testen. Wir müssen uns hier wieder
chance
weggangen.
to go through at least. Maybe half. Pretty good. Pretty good odds. Stay on pretty much.
Geh mal dahinter nochmal. Ja, passt. Kannst ausstecken.
Cruise control mode. Lane assist. Yeah, lane assist on. For me, I'm way more nervous when I'm spotting. With this guy, if you slip up with this one, you fuck up somebody else's race. I think that's worse. Especially if you spot. Yeah.
So what are we waiting for?
I'm not fucking up with them. Huh?
What did you say? Someone too. The ground, one of ground.
Attention, pilots in the pits,
And go off.
pucks on duty.
Wow.
Could we have your antenna station back downstairs, please?
It could be yours or mine. Yeah. What the fuck? That's our goal station and they take it.
Come here, come here. Let's come straight through.
Should have just flown without completely.
Yeah. Maybe better lap time.
Screw the power down, you mean? Everybody also do minus offset is also supposedly pretty good.
Why minus offset?
Also, driving the tune that uses with the surf inside you for some reason very much. Because the walls are really bound to get this.
Doesn't matter how it is, it only matters.
It's like the worst case, flying in the middle of the flying in a Pringles can.
It only matters about this one is fresh. It's not freshly built.
That's what I would like to be now, right? But at least now I can relax. That's the worst thing. Like, I didn't have pressure, and you have pressure. We could show something. No, not yet. Only thing that really misses you is the party.
Micho, du kannst einstecken.
It's way better to finish third.
Oh, the round station's ready now?
Even just sure stay up. Even if you're last lap.
Okay, guys, can we continue on all ground stations fixed?
Oh!
Yes, okay.
Get ready.
Plug it in
Yeah, we're plugging in, buddy. For one
and
last
let it
station.
begin.
It's like practice.
All right, guys, let's get it on. Elimination round number 5. R1, Alexaka. R2, King Joshi. R7, Minjay. R8, Fenneman. Thumbs up if you're ready.
They plug and plug.
Fine. Good. Your arm, check your arm. Just don't want to have the same shit happen to you that happened right now.
I've got 4 quads ready on the thumbs up, pilots. Ready? Okay, let's go.
Race begins in 10 seconds. Next race begins in 5 seconds.
Okay, elimination round number 6 coming up. Order 1, Papiash. R2, Geoffrey Ibanez. R7, Burak Bershevik. R8, Fabio. Pilots for elimination round number 7. Be prepared and let your quads be checked at the pre-flight. Order 1, drinks. R2, score. R7, East UP. And R8, Gaming FPV. But coming up first, elimination round number 6. Order 1. Papiash. R2, Joaquin Ibanez. R7, Burak Bershevik. R8, Fabio. If you guys are ready, all the other pods are retrieved from the track. If you guys are ready, put your quads on the starting block, plug it in, make contact with your pilots. If you are ready, give me a thumbs up so that we know that we are good to go. Upcoming elimination round number 6. R1, Papiash. R2, Joaquin Ibanez. R7, Burak Bershevik. R8, Fabio. Okay guys, track is clear. If you are ready, plug it in, put it on the box. Okay, I see 4 quads ready on the box. The pilots are ready, give me a thumbs up please.
Calm and steady, you're the man. Let me know if the cable's still okay. You want to move it? Back? Is this good? Alright, you're the man. Okay. I'm gonna step forward. This dude's stepping in front of me. So I'm gonna pull this. Well, I'll keep doing that. I think we'll be okay. 1 second here. Because he's stepping in front of me, kind of. Trying to find a. All right. Can he be in this box? Okay. Okay. All right, we'll make it work. You good? You don't get pulled. Okay. I got you.
Guys, red! Yeah. Go! Let's go!
Next race begins in 10 seconds. Next race begins in 5 seconds.
pit mode so we can continue with the race. R7 elimination round number 7. R1 Rings, R2 Score, R7 East Yuki, R8 Demon FPV. And the pilot for the elimination round number 8. Prepare yourself for the free flight in the upcoming elimination round. Number 1, Nazim Tuzu. R2, Choi Won-young. R7, Rob FPV. R8, Batu Arokan. But first we have elimination round number 7. R1, Rings. R2, Score. R7, East Yuki. And R8, Demon FPV. If you're ready, put your quality on, make contact with your pilots. If we got 4 thumbs up, we are ready to go. 4 quads have been placed on the starting grid.
Scheiß kommt da wieder dreimal anstecken.
Okay, you see 4 quads ready on the block.
Next race begins in 10 seconds. Next race begins in 5 seconds.
Now that's what you call a race.
Who got second?
Okay, upcoming elimination round. Number 8, R1, Nazim Tuzu. R2, Choi Won-young. R7, Rob FPV. R8, Batu Arokan. And pilots of elimination round, you can prepare yourself at the table for the pre-flight check. R1, Steph. R2, Rowling. R7, Pepper. And R8, Pulkan. But first we got elimination round number 8. R1, Nazim Tuzu. R2, Choi Won-young. R7, Rob FPV. R8, Batu Arokan. If you guys are ready, put your quads on the starting grid. Plug it in, make contact with your pilots.
get ready. Let's repeat, get ready. Racing, E1, Nazim Tucson, R1, Choi Wonjan, R2, Bronx, R7, Najima Wilkin, R8.
Bir yerde haber ekleyecek sadece.
따봉 안 날렸지 아직? 따봉 안 날렸지? 영상 나와 잘? 아 네.
Okay, I see 4 quads ready on the block. If the pilots are ready, thumbs up.
Ready? Ready? Good? Ready?
Okay, here we go.
다시 나야 돼?
We have a network issue at the moment.
잠깐만. Plug off. Can you plug off? 잠깐만. Sir. Sir, how are you?
Okay, guys, plug it off, please. We have a little issue with the connection. To avoid overheating and burn material. We have a little situation going on. In the meanwhile, I'm going to sing a song. No judgment. pilot who is still missing a quad. I've got one quad left at my station. So if you are missing a quad, I think it's a black one. Blue props. 3-star frame. It's got crossfire. Blue props. If you lost it, here it is. If you want it back, report yourself at my table. If not, gonna be sold on the internet. We got an opening bid of $10.
Next race begins in 30 seconds.
The issue has been solved. Guys, we are gonna continue. Please plug in your class. Put it on the block. And set it.
Ağzın rengini yanlış değişiyor.
Look at it. Ne oldu? Rengi yeşil değil mi ama? Rengi Ahmet yeşil olmuyor mu? Tamam, o zaman sıkıntı yok.
Bir kez havlu sonra koyacağım.
Tamam. Oh yeah, yeah.
So let's try this again. Here at the Riyadh Drone Racing World Cup, we're into our first round of eliminations. Thanks for your patience, everybody. I'm Matt Andrews. Let's get some pilots and some action to you here on YouTube. We are into, or about to have, race number 8, featuring Nazim Tuzun, the Turkish champion. He's against Choi Wong-yun, one of the best pilots in qualifying from Korea. David Frank will be in the blue seat. That's the Australian prop FPV. There he is. But for the Turkish champion, Nazim, he's up against one pilot he knows very, very well, the red drone of Batu Eril Kun, who they know each other extremely well in the very busy Turkish scene. And a big roar goes up as some things start to come down. So the blue drone of prop FPV not featuring, and there's one Turkish pilot getting to the end in blistering style too. What a finish from Batu there, his third lap. So it looks like on first glance that we may have lost the Turkish national champion Nazim, and it's one of his compatriots from Turkey who is going to make it out of this round.
Okay, upcoming elimination round number 9. R1, Steph, R2, Raul, R7, Pepper, R8, Burkon. Pilots for elimination round number 10, be prepared. Let your class be checked at the 3 flight. R1, Silazar Moreira, R2, Rongshin Pen, R7, Skabe, R8, Foxhor. The first to get elimination Okay, guys, if you guys ready, plug it in, put it on the block. And we got 4 thumbs up. We are ready to go.
We're not ready.
Heat number 9. We've got Steeth, who for a lot of qualifying was the fastest of all of the British pilots. We have Raul Borrega, who's done a brilliant job. That's Rowling from Spain. Young Pepper Warovit from Thailand is in our top 64. Alongside Burkhan, that's Dimo Sterev from Bulgaria. So Steeth from Great Britain in green, Rowling from Spain in yellow, Pepper from Thailand in blue, and Burkhan from Bulgaria in red for race number 9.
Okay, we got 4 clocks ready on the block. If the pilots are ready, thumbs up, please.
Pilots ready? Yes. Paper? Ready?
Okay, here we go.
Next racing begins in 10 seconds.
Here we go then, for heat number 9.
Begins in 5 seconds.
And we fly. And it ends all too soon. Oh no, Pepper from Thailand. Surely not. Our extremely young pilot from Thailand who's so good. Surely it won't end for him like this. At the moment, he's not flying, and neither is Steeth from Great Britain. So we have red and yellow. We have Burkhan from Bulgaria and Rowling from Spain doing a decent first lap, both of them. But Burkhan was 3 seconds ahead of Rowling. Now, he continues to lead, but good job for these 2 pilots, of course, to remember that in first and second, you go through to the next round. So for these 2, no need to do anything absolutely crazy, as they already have 1 lap. Even if the other drones get back into this race, they are unlikely to be caught. Of course, that pilot can still try. Rowling gets his second lap, 26.8. Not as quick as we know he can do it, but absolutely right to get clean laps in, and you don't have to push anything too strongly now. Underneath the towers and heading out the other side. Burkhan, Dimo Sterev going for the ground and is safely down after getting his 3 laps done with a really good time of 20.7 and a 20.8 as well. Here comes Rowling with a 24.1. They park it in the middle, and they are the ones who will proceed. We're going to lose Steeth from Great Britain and Pepper from Thailand will both be eliminated. Pending, of course, any reviews, but I think we can see. Oh, the disappointment on Pepper. Oh no, you're breaking my heart. And I'm sure many other drone racing fans, you've seen him in so many big competitions as well. Oh. And Edward Dalton from Britain, Steeth, will be so disappointed, as I think certainly throughout most of qualifying in the individual rounds, he was the fastest of the 4 pilots here from Great Britain. And the other 3 are the top 3 in the British standings at the British Championships last year. So great work to have outflown them all, although he gave them always gives them a good contest whenever they meet. in our next heat, as we sadly see competitors who've missed out. There we are, in the next heat. Oh, I'm going to laugh at that picture every time I see it. In the next heat, heat number 10. Oh, no, there's a scrap coming here. Silas Aaron Propsicle from the USA. Such a great pilot in qualifying yesterday. He's got Long XL, another very experienced pilot. This one from China, alongside him in the yellow seat. Then Dennis Hockman, Scave. The blue seat is his, and Fox And yes, it is Alexander Lee from Chinese Taipei, who we know as Fox. He's going to be racing in the red. So these pilots have all come across each other, I'm sure, more than once in international racing.
Next race begins in 10 seconds. Next race begins in 5 seconds.
We charge. Only 2 pilots can proceed. The first one through the starting gate. Scave with the best of the starts, then Long XL, and Silas just a couple of hundredths of a second behind. Propsicle, the green, racing strongly through the towers and being chased by everybody else. He's currently in the lead, second pilot behind him. It is Long XL who's got a chase coming towards him. Scar from Germany is pursuing him, and he's got to, as he's currently in that 3rd place position. Propsicle flying well through the tower. And now it seems to have all gone a little bit quieter. Why is that? Well, Propsicle is way out in front. Long XL's yellow drone is the one in second. As you can see now, he's heading back to complete the honeycombs and turn to go for the ladders. Where are the others? Well, sadly, Dennis Hockman's good first lap doesn't look like it's going to add a second, and neither is Foxier, as they are both down. There's Long XL. 2 very well-known pilots from the Drone Champions League, Silas Aaron, Propsicle racing for Quad Force 1, and Long XL racing for the China Dragons. Both great performers in many FAI competitions in their own right as well, and they are 1st and 2nd in this run. Silas finishing that 10 seconds ahead of Long XL. But of course, when it was just the 2 of them flying, it may be that they were told you can just hang back a little bit. You don't need to go quite so crazy. Just on your screen, heading towards the gate on the left, that is Roland Ronto picking up for one of our pilots, probably Dennis Hockman, but I don't know for sure. Now there's Dennis and a spotter, so actually maybe it's not Roland collecting his. Or maybe Dennis has a whole entourage of people to help him out. There's Alexander Lee, who's going to be disappointed with this one. But out of his seat is also Long XL, who is walking away and going to find himself in the next round.
Okay, thank God there's only a motor that was burned out, not a LIFO. Only a motor that got burned out. That's what we call sending. Okay, upcoming elimination round. Number 11, R1, Kanat Nakano, R2, Fasten, R7, Vostis, R8, Hator FPV. And pilots of elimination round number 12, prepare yourself and let your quads be checked at the pre-fly. R1 Paul, R2 Vakio, R7 Antonik, R8 Ataka. But first, elimination round number 11. R7 pastis, and R8 8 over.
So there's our results as it comes from the last heat.
Coordinate make contact with your pilots, and if you get 4 thumbs up, we are ready to go.
Yeah, Dennis Hockman will be very disappointed, didn't complete his first lap, and it was just the one flown in a 24.2 for Alexander Lee. So they will both be eliminated, and we will see who Silas Aaron and Long Ching Peng are going to race up to as we make our way along through our eliminations. Heat number 11. Kanata Takano from Japan will take part in the green seats. Then we'll have 2 of our French pilots. That's how the qualifying has arranged them in the standard bracket. Lucas Baudouin will be taking part as a Vassin, that is, of course, in the yellow seat. And then Dorian Coeli, or Pastis, is in blue. And the only one of the Brazilian pilots of the 145 who are here in Riyadh, Heitor Coscarelli Rufino Challes. Our Brazilian friend Heitor FPV, he's going to race in red.
Sorry guys, one ground station has a problem. We have to fix one cable, so...
I think we have a little bit of a delay with the ground stations, which are optional for pilots to use.
Yeah, can we fix it on time?
So they were installed as an option. Pilots can choose whether or not to use them, but only when they are all available. So if there is a problem with one of them, then obviously none of them will be permitted to be used. That's just the fair way of doing it.
This is short fix, cable has to be replaced. If you want to plug out your quad, you can.
So yeah, we're just powering down some quads and saving those before we get into the next one.
Avoid overheating. You're always welcome to unplug your other one.
Smell good. Damn. Look what I found. An antenna in the net. Right here.
Is it fixed? Ground station's fixed? We have a spare. Okay, we have a spare. So, you guys, plug in your quads. We are good to go. Elimination round number 11. R1, Kanata Takano. R2, FS. R7, Pastis. R8, 800 FPV. If we get 4 thumbs up, we are ready to go. Okay, guys, please get on the track. I got 4 thumbs up from the pilots, so we are ready to go.
Next race begins at 10 seconds. Next race begins at 5 seconds.
We've got a lot of running around trying to get ready for this one. We are going to do it. Kanata Takano, just taking his chair, I think, for green. Avas in yellow. Pastis in blue. Heitor FPV in red. And a little bit of a delay down on the pilot line as something is not right for Kanata, I think.
Next race begins at 10 seconds.
That's the yellow seat. That is Avasin.
Yes, let's go.
Next race begins in 5 seconds. Next race begins in 5 seconds.
And away they go, and it's one beep today. You react when you hear the tone, and that is Kanata Takano's first turn, putting him straight into the netting. Something wasn't right for him, but the race goes, and he is already out of it. That is such a shame. So our two French pilots, Avasin, he's the one in the front. Pastis is in second, gaining on him very quickly. Heitor FPV from Brazil. We don't want, I'm sure, Brazilian fans to see a Brazilian pilot miss out to two French pilots. It's looking a lot more likely for him now to be safe, as it is still Avasin in the lead. But now Heitor FPV is in second because Pastis is in a net. And that isn't coming back to him, I'm absolutely sure. Pastis making his route through the next part onto the next lap, as there is Avasin going high overhead and now going for the ladder turns. The 1 and the 2 is very nice. Now he's at the flag turn at the far side. And he comes underneath this tower, makes the slalom, makes the finish. It's a time of 1:04 for Avasin. But Heitor Rufino, that's Kanata Takano. Heitor Coscarelli, Rufino Chalez from Brazil will continue into the next round. There's Kanata looking absolutely gutted about that. He had all the time that everybody is given. It's absolutely fair, of course. Same time as everybody else to prepare for that race. There's Avasin, who will continue, but his countryman in the blue seat will not. Dorian is going to miss out, having only got one lap.
But first, we got elimination round number 12, R1, Marv, R2, Fakio, R7, Alternate, R8, Katakam. If you guys are ready.
So just seeing there is the blue drone of Pastis dropping down, and from that he recovered it, sadly, into a net. There he is, that's Dorian. So cross with himself, understandably so. So Avasin finishing that in a time of 1:02, and Brazil's Heitor FPV behind him in a 1:10. Take a look at heat number 12 coming to us shortly with Liechtenstein's Marvin Schaeper. Marv, very well-known international pilot from Liechtenstein. He's going to be in green. Then we have Mika Nurmi from Finland, probably not needing to be quite so wrapped up here in Riyadh as his picture suggests, but he's Vaccio, and he'll be in yellow. We have Anthony Antoniev Georgiev, let's call him Anthony G, Bulgarian pilot in blue, and then Aliatakan Majmek, Turkish pilot. He is finding himself in the red seat for heat number 12. Thumbs up. Good to see, always, of course.
Because we don't see anything now, Nico, I think it's fixed.
So, little bit of a pause here. Bit of running back and forth action with our starting blocks. Thumbs up for Anthony G from his spotter. Oh, hello.
Okay, ready to go.
So the fire extinguisher is being used to weight down starting block number 3. That's not something I've seen before. How quickly do they think this drone is going to launch off block number 3 that need to add extra weight to the base of the starting block? Or is it just that dangerous what we're about to get out of it? Am I missing something here, or is there fire extinguisher behind block 3 being specifically placed there for an exciting reason? Well, Anthony G is the one about to go into orbit off of plot number blue. Yes, number blue. That's where we're at today. All right, Marv from Liechtenstein in green. Batyo from Finland in yellow. Anthony G from Bulgaria is in blue. Atakan Yajimek from Turkey, he's R1 in red.
Okay, let's go.
Next race begins in 10 seconds. Next race begins in 5 seconds.
And down falls the number 2 from the starting block 2, but nothing's on fire just yet, pleased to say, except for our pilots who are racing. And the lead is very, very clearly belonging to Marv, who's easily the most experienced of the 4 pilots here, although Atakan, not one to be overlooked by any means, the red pilot. Currently, though, finding himself with a little bit of work to do to get up to second. Second place is being held by Anthony G. The lead is Marv's, and Vaccio flying the yellow drone in the middle of all of the action, but managing to stay on to third now as he's got past Anthony G. I think that's partly due to Anthony G losing a whole load of time. And a big crash coming down. Yeah, so there's some drama in this race, but the important bit of who gets laps flown is Marv, who was clear out in front, clocking 17.8, 18.5, 18.6. 3 brilliant runs from him, back to back to back. The other pilot progressing from heat number 12, it is Atakan from Turkey. We already saw Nazim from Turkey get eliminated earlier and Batu make it through. Now we've got another Turkish pilot, as Atakan will be in the next round.
Thank you. Okay, upcoming elimination. Number 13, R1, Portia, R2, Marvin FPV, R7, Timmy, R8, William Young, and pilots for elimination from number 14, Pete Bird at the B-flight table, R1, AMK FPV, R2, Gibson, R7, Young Young, R8, Roman FPV, elimination number 13, R1, Portia, R2,
So for heat number 13, Antero Souza from Canada, the awesome, much-loved Pork Chop is going to be flying in the green seat alongside Arvin Schroeder, another pilot so many people adore. Germany's Arvin is going to be in yellow. Then Timmy, it's Tim Fredriksson, always happy to see him. Swedish pilot, he's going to be taking part in blue. And Jang Hoinjin from South Korea, another one of the growing and up-and-coming series of pilots who are so quick out of South Korea. He is going to be flying in red. But this is Pork Chop from Canada. There is... And that's Pork Chop. He's doing the heart thing. I got you, Pork Chop. I got the other half, okay? There's Arvin, always having fun. Next to him, Tim Fredrickson in this blue seat. And as I said, Yang Hainjin, maybe not one of the best known pilots out of South Korea at the moment, but South Korean scene, it is always, always deadly.
I'm not sure. I think one clock is not okay.
As I said, in race number 12, we had Marv was the winner of that one, in a time of 56.4, which is nearly 10 seconds ahead of Atkan, who came second. And Atkan will be very pleased that he's made it into the next round, as his brother earlier was eliminated. Talking about Burak Maljimek, he was eliminated back in race number 6. So one of the brothers continue.
Anderer Kopter, Papa. Das ist kein Bild.
Yeah, Pork Chop's always ready and so chilled as well.
Bist du auf dem richtigen Channel? Mit der
Ich hab's
Brille.
versucht.
What do we have
Nimm die 1, nimm die 1.
holding us up here?
R2.
1.
Hast du auf
Ja,
der Goggle
nimm die
R2?
Drohne 1. Ich bin überall auf 2. Ja, I don't get video. Hey, now I have video. I just chose the different drone. Are we good?
Okay, we got 4 quads ready on the block.
Please wait.
If the pilots are ready, let me know.
Yes. Okay. 1 and 3. Yes.
Next race begins in 10 seconds.
Here it comes then, heat number 13.
Race begins in 5 seconds.
Canada, Germany, Sweden, and South Korea. Ooh, and there's some attack and some throttling and some going for it, but not the blue drone, which I don't think has reached a start gate yet. But in the lead of all the drones who are laddering their way down, it is pushing out in front. Pork Chop from Canada, the one in the slalom at the moment, across the diagonal of the rest of the track, fighting for second. It was Yan Hoinjing and Arvin, and they came together at the bottom of the second of the towers. And the red drone of Yan Hoinjing is trying to come back into this race, but he's got a lot to do as the second place is currently in the hands of Arvin, who is about to lap him. And we have some dust being kicked up by the red drone just at the bottom of the ladder. The sort of dust that makes everybody go, whoop, fire, but I don't think so. The lead now, clearly, Pork Chops out through the seconds of the ladders, and he's on the opposite side of the track right now to Arvin FPV, who is completing the towers. They find themselves both in the tower again, but at totally different parts of the track. What a great run from Pork Chop, and he looks absolutely delighted with it, as you'd expect. Pork Chop breaking 1 minute, getting it done in 59.2, one of the best times we've had so far. Well done to Anthony Susia. And Arvin FPV, about 6 seconds behind him at the finish. Again, when there's only 2 of you flying, you can't really take that second place results as very indicative of things. But what a good run from Pork Chop, in really good form. Sadly for Timmy and Yan Hoinyin, and I don't know what happened with Timmy's drone, we barely saw it. But yeah, sadly for the 2 pilots on the right, their day, and in fact entire cup here, is done. So yes, we'll see Porkchop and Arvin again. And we're into heat number 14 of the 16 that will make up the first round of our eliminations. We'll welcome our Malaysian representative, Amiruddin bin Mohammed Khairi. They're going to race in green. Then we have, he says AMK, sorry, AMK FPV will be in green. Dim Sim, that's Mason Clifford Murray, the popular Australian pilot Dim Sim. He's up in yellow. Han Young-ji from South Korea. We'll see him in blue alongside Roma FPV, Rodrigo Martinez Villares, who was so good in qualifying yesterday. He is in this race for Spain, and he's in the red. So a Malaysian friend, AMK, getting himself sorted, enjoying the Team Malaysia logo on the goggles there. That's got a nice bit of striping going on. There's Dim Sim. No Australian mascot that I've seen so far during this event. Usually there's at least one stuffed toy going around or an inflatable toy of some kind, usually a kangaroo. I have interviewed an Australian inflatable kangaroo live on stream before. That's the highlight of my career, clearly. This is Roma FPV. So we don't have video up here from Roma, but he does by the looks of it, as he's comfortably sat and looking ready to fly without any concerns. And they all go, and it's beautiful seeing all four of them out of the blocks together. But we lose one so early. It's Dim Sim from Australia. Another pilot to go through the middle of the tower, and on their turn to go out of the top of it, has put it into the side netting like we saw earlier. Now we've got AMK from Malaysia. His quad is breakdancing on the floor and trying to get back up into where it belongs, which is the air. It's not there yet, but it looks like it will come back to him. So it's not all over for the other pilots, who are Han Young-ji flying the blue and Roma FPV flying the red, and it is Roma chasing him. Han Young-ji through the slalom. Good time for him. He's just broken 20 seconds. What about Roma? He's just outside of 21. He's in that second place. And it is no longer just the two of them. I can hardly believe, but I think Dim Sim got his drone out of the side netting and is in a race. How on earth does he manage to do that? You almost never see a drone that hit a net come back out of it and fly again, and you certainly don't see it when it hit the net as hard as it did. Now it has gone down again, though clearly maybe the prop's not too happy, but the race is already away from him. And the winner of it, Han Young-ji from South Korea, who completed in a time of 1:03, and 6 seconds behind him, Roma FPV from Spain will get him into the next round. Dim Sim was in the side netting for so long, and while the recovery out of there was amazing, far too late to get back into a fight. Never, ever do you see drones coming out of nets. That one was high up though, so I'm glad he did. We'd have got it, but it would have taken a while. But that is unusual. And that turn is catching people out, as you just see walking out onto the track for some recovery. What we're talking about, so the of that. Yeah, of the track here, the left-hand hexagon, that is the starting and finishing gate for the lap. So you come out of the starting blocks, you go straight through that. Then the tower, just a little bit further ahead and to the right of it, you go through the middle, which is the green section. Then you do the big turn to fly through the top of it. And as you come out of the top, well, we might get a great shot of it here. Let's get on the video. Well, yes, the video went for Dim Sim, and when it came back to him, he was dangling. That's a horrible thing to find out, isn't it? So yeah, you go through the green center, you turn right, you go out of the top, you go through the top in the opposite, in a 90-degree direction, how you went through the middle. And straight ahead, you can still see lit up on the side netting is a drone from earlier on. Somehow, Dim Sim was trying to teach that one how to escape. Quads are coming to blocks, pilots coming to seats. Let's talk about who's up in heat number 15. So in heat number 15 will be Tristan Twine in the green seat from South Africa. That's Juicy Flick, everybody. And next to him, Chirp. Morten Seemar, the quickest pilot in Estonia. His dad, Rage Quit, didn't make it into the top 64, but he's extremely pleased that the one he thinks matters has. That's Morten. He's up in yellow. Then Thomas Pitmata from Australia, BMS Thomas. He's racing in blue. And Mr. Russo, Monsieur Russo, Master Russo, Kylian Russo. He, legend that he is, out of France. Former DCL world champion, many races have given him trophies for first place. He'd loved the first one of 2025. Kylian Russo is our pilot in red from France. So we just saw Juicy Flick. Here's Chirp from Estonia. Thumbs up. That's Thomas Pitmata. And just getting set next to him, Kylian Russo.
Yes, let's go.
All right, with our 10 seconds, here come our 4 pilots.
Next race begins in 5 seconds.
And away they launch, and all 5 of them through the tower. Then there's that turn. They'll get caught in the net on the opposite side of it. 1, 2, 3. There's number 4. They all make their way out, thankfully. And there's a big swing in the top of the ladder by Chirp, who was briefly in the lead, but let people get by him, or let red get by him, which is Kylian. Of course, there's many pilots in the world who've had Kylian pass them. But Kylian is getting a little bit of company from Chirp, who's still racing with him in second place. There's a lot to do for the green drone belonging to Juicy Flick and BMS Thomas, who's currently finding himself in 4th and high and down and rolling on the floor, but back again and into the ladder. Thomas won't let that die, and his drone says, come on then. However, Chirp, who was so strongly in second place, is not in the air. And I feel Estonian hearts we're going to be breaking out of this one. And I know a big man who will have that as well. Kylian finishes in a time of 57.7. And a second place pilot, it would surely have been Morten from Estonia, but it is Juicy Flick, who has finished in a 1:04 and across the line getting the run completed. Thomas Pitmata, he's going to finish in a time of 1:14, 10 seconds behind the second place that he needed. Juicy Flick goes through. Thomas, sadly, is going to get eliminated. And Chirp as well from Estonia is going to be out. There's Thomas. He's out, but what is he doing? He's congratulating the pilots who are through. That's exactly the kind of character he is and why he's so popular in the scene. Kylian winning that one comfortably. Yeah, so Kylian getting it done in 57.7, another really good time from him. And Tristan Twine, Juicy Flick, the pilot who is second. BMS Thomas finishing his 3 laps. Morten Chirp sadly not getting the 3.
Upcoming elimination round number 16, R1 Wetna, R2 NCKFPV, R6 then Buster.
So Kylian, with that run of 57.722, has just set the 3rd fastest time in our eliminations, not including anything from qualifying yesterday. There were a couple of quicker laps, but 57.722, that is 400ths of a second behind East Yuki, who is the second quickest pilot. And the leader, it is Marvin Shaver with a 56.4. He's the fastest pilot for the races so far. But of course, that's not what gets you through eliminations. What gets you through is being ahead of at least 2 other pilots in your round. For the final part of the first round of eliminations, Andrew Yap from Singapore, who we know as Verdner. Verdner's in green. Then the legend, MCK FPV, one of the most famous drone racing pilots in the entire world, Kim Min Chan, 2023 FAI World Champion, missing out on the 2024 title this year to Yuki Hashimoto, but the 2023 FAI World Champion, as well as a former DCL champion, former DRL champion, multi-GP champion. Min Chan has won basically everything. Jacob Holshagen is the ever-smiling Norwegian Chugakva. He's going to fly in blue. And then the last of the competitors in the first round of eliminations, and one of the few who could still be flying for Great Britain after this race, it is Dan Buster. Daniel Miles, the runner-up of the British Championships last year. He's going to fly in red. So there is Verdner from Singapore. There's MCK. Just looking over to see what is getting prepared. Chugakva is getting prepared in the 3rd seat in the blue. Part of the DCL wildcard team. We've had such a great season last season in 2024. Hoping to be picked up by one of the professional teams for 2025. And that is Dan Buster, who was in the red seat that we were looking at just there, who is surrounded by dangling wires. Steve is spotting for him. As I said, every seat has got a handheld station, not a ground station, a handheld station that is entirely up to the pilot if they wish to use it. Everybody must have a spotter. That is part of the FAI regulations. It's up to the pilot whether they want their spotter, whether they want to use the station and have a spotter hold it. They can. But what I see out of the seat, and this is big news, as you can see right there, the yellow seat of MCK is vacant because MCK walks past me at the commentary station to the starting blocks. And I think we're flying without him. So this is an opportunity, they're just announcing here, make sure the channels are right, as there might have been some interference on somebody, and we are unplugging quads. Okay, so MCK is not coming out of that race. What's he, cooling his drone by waving it around just for a moment? But he didn't look happy at any point in the starting blocks, so I'm not sure if he's on the right channel or if everyone else is on the right channel. You'd expect pilots of this experience to, of course, get it right. The green one's R1, the yellow one's R2, the blue's R7, the red is R8. That won't mean anything for our audience, I'm afraid, but just for the pilots to know, who are also hearing me here. As well as the brilliant Dutch drone racing team, DDR, who are doing our race control with Stefan, my co-announcer. I mean, we're not actually working together on this one, but a lot of people would love us to work together at some point, and I hope it will happen one day. But he's telling the pilots where to go, and I'm telling you what they do. MCK, goggles down. That's what all his fans want to see. And we've got some picture from him. We have from Chugakva in blue. And let's see where it seems to only be Dan Buster who's surrounded by wires. I think Mason is down on the starting blocks nearby. Not to fly, but just around them. And away we launch, and it was MCK who just got the fractionally quicker start, but not to he was out of the blocks first, but he wasn't at the starting gate first, as that actually was Dan Buster. And MCK is far ahead already. Not many lights from his drone, but a lot of speed. He's already crossing the start line. He did his first lap in a 16.8. Who was second? It's Dan Buster from Great Britain with a 21.7. We've got Verdner currently third and Chugakva, Verdner third. Chugakva got a bit of work to do as he's currently in 4th place, and down comes Verdner, split in 2 at the top of the ladder. And the blue drone belonging to Jugakva is having to refly the entire ladder. The entry to that was no good for him. He's had to go back and get it. So we've got a race on. It is MCK and Dan Buster. And MCK is not having it all to himself, but he's now showing a little bit of that extra thing he can do. And MCK finishes in a time of 1 minute, 0.7 seconds, and only 1.8 seconds behind him. A roar, I think I heard, from Dan Buster, who continues with the British hopes. He's going to make it into the next round and was chasing and staying pretty close to MCK for a lot of that race. Not so much at the end, but giving him something to think about. And I know from chatting to Dan Buster before that if there's a quick pilot in front of him and a legend that, you know, he's looked up to for a long time like MCK, Dan Buster will be thinking, I want to take that. I want to have him. It works for him. And there's a look down at our race control. As we've ended our first round of elimination. So from the 145 pilots who started here 2 days ago, the top 64 made it into today's eliminations, and now we have just 32 of them, as the others have been eliminated in our first round.
All quads will have to be retrieved before we can continue. So, new heats will be made. We have a little break to collect. Oh, there's the driver. Thank you. In a couple of minutes, we will be back with the next elimination rounds. Please be patient.
So there are the 16 races we've had. And that is not the lineup for our next race, which is going to be race number 17. Race number 17 will be the first one of the next round, and it's going to be Marv, I think. No, not yet. Those are just getting made and organized. I believe the first round, the first heat of the second round is going to have Matteo, Yuki Hashimoto, G-Man, and Tima in it. Anyway, those heats of our second round will be coming up in just a moment. We'll take a short break while the pilots prepare to fly again, but here's a look at the bracket which is coming. So yes, we will get to us soon. Max Heiligman will be in race number 17 from America, along with both Yuki Hashimoto and Yuki, always a pleasure to see him, Yuki Matsuyama. Those two pilots who've raced together as teammates for the Japanese team of Raiden Racing, who have been the 2 times Drone Champion League world champions. Yuki Matsuyama and the reigning FAI world champion Yuki Hashimoto. They are both going to be in race 17 with each other. And as well as G-Man, as I mentioned, it'll be Timofey Muravyev from Kazakhstan, young teamer FPV. He's going to be coming up in the first heat of the next round. We'll get to that very soon.
Volkswagen and PPFPV. Would you please come to the race director? David Frankie, if you are present, could you report yourself here at the race director, please? Okay, all the quads that were hanging in the net are retrieved. If you are missing a quad, you can pick it up at my board, please. Again, pilots, if you got stuck in the net, all quads have been retrieved from the net. If you want your quad back, you can get them here at my location. I got 3 quads smiling at me, and I want to go back to the rightful owner. So if you're missing your quad, you can collect them here at my table.
It reset it. I need to do a whole new dump file. Alright, thank you. Keine Ahnung, ich muss. Gerät ist jetzt 1C. I'm just doing turn mode to see if it's correct. يعني بنيت لك
Okay, prop FPV. Prop FPV, could you report yourself here at the table of the race direction? Prop FPV, please report yourself at the race direction.
A ver, yo haría un poquito así una foto, tal, pasaría por aquí, me metería la ingeniería. Da igual.
MCK, could you please report yourself at the judges with your goggles, please? We're gonna do some testing for the bed, so if you want to report yourself with your goggles at the judges table. Thank you.
Es que suena mazo, tío.
Do you know what time it is?
me mola hablar con gente, pero es verdad tú que es muy cómodo a veces hay que ir solo.
No, yo prefiero volar. Ir solo no me jodas.
Tú eres en un...
Cuando voy con Josh,
Sobre todo cuando tienes a alguien mejor que tú.
MCKFPV, could you report yourself at the judges table, please, with your goggles? MCKFPV, please report yourself at the judges
Que a mí me gusta que lo haga
table
otro
with
porque
your
yo suelo
goggles.
suelo cambiar cosas, pero a lo mejor siempre hago las mismas líneas, ¿sabes? Entonces, a mí me gusta porque
Yeah.
las cuerdas torcidas que no se te rectas y cosas de esas que yo no suelo hacer, pero que te fuerzan a cambiar cosas.
se tira la cámara. Haz algo.
No, ya me he quitado. Un besito. ¿Abre la boca? Vaya camarote.
¿Y de allí has visto?
Son estos. Son dos y dos. Does the rapid fire work like you teach you? I tried like when I was changing to this room maybe 1 year ago, and suddenly I have like lag or something like half of the screen with HSU off.
Are you playing analog phone much? Just a few times on loop since I got it.
Like when I started playing with analog and HSU, it was fine.
And then it got
Suddenly, one day I couldn't type anything because the screen was rolling or maybe changing colors. Strange thing.
I wonder if it wasn't the rapid. You same rapid fire module you used to use, like same mode.
Yeah, same mode.
Weird. I wonder maybe it got like burned out or something.
But there's a lot of Spanish pilots that has the same problem with the rapid fire, like with modules and HSU. That's why
Mine's really old. I don't know
mine
if
is
yours
like
are
4
newer.
years old.
Okay, mine's like mine I got it like 20. Yeah.
But I think the other pilots have they
2019. Yeah. Interesting. Oh well, maybe mine will go
I
back.
talked with the HSU guy and all the pilots that like Mitch and all of them, they're telling me buy analog modules, they're the best. Like,
Instead of
HSU modules,
yeah.
instead of this.
Interesting. Maybe there's some delay. Yeah. I still have some analog goggles, just the screens on these. They're just so bright and nice.
You cannot. Yeah, I used to have two Panasonics, but I sold them because it was like never fluent like analog.
from the bottom. Yeah. Very good. It's like super bad. This is the thing. Look. Fly over. Is this only bad for analog or both for What'd you say, Alex?
I don't know if it's my camera because this is one I got off of. I think it's pretty flowy, but
It's like blowing out, right?
yeah, like everything looks like a portal from a video game, like a recharge game.
But this camera most likely doesn't have that.
It has RD mode on, but it's a camera I got off somebody else.
I don't think it's a camera. It's like blowing out channel and then that's why it's like blowing out.
Yeah, I think both my cameras look like this. I had to lower the brightness a lot.
Everyone looks like this.
We need another session on right. Right, so since we're on, change it to 5 and then we'll how do I change? Offline? Yep. Go. Go ahead, R5. You're an R5.
This one's super bad.
No, it's worse. Oh my god. I'm actually getting dizzy from all the color flashing. Yeah, they're not even one. Yeah, well, you get the idea. I mean, yeah, try R4 whilst you're here if you don't mind.
R4 is pretty bad usually.
Even with 9.5 is worse than 2. R4 heading out.
Can we put R2 to F something? This is very bad also.
Yeah. Well, this is just as bad as R5. I already found this one. Expand. So you can take one here.
Yeah, because maybe we can unlock this. Pretty sure everyone did it.
You'd have thought so, yeah, but I don't know.
Next, please, get ready.
I know.
It was like throwing down. I think you're done. So we've tried 2, 4, and 5. 2 is still the best. Now we have asked the camera guy to take their camera
Transmitters turned off.
So what do you reckon? Do you want to check digital as well too?
No, for me, I mean, it's up to digital guys, but I think for digital and then analog signal is same. So
Yeah. Okay. Do you want to? Is yours ready to go? Yeah. Let's do R2 and then R5 and then give us your verdict on which is better. I suspect it's going to be.
Can you take this? Point only through that. Sure.
Two is way better than 4 and 5. 4 and 5 are just not reliable.
Roma, conecta.
Raúl? Raúl, ¿ves?
Yeah.
Take off now?
Yeah, whenever you're ready, let's go.
Go.
Whenever you're ready, bring it down and try R5.
¿Te lo recojo?
You try R5.
But do you think high milliwatt helps? High milliwatt helps in indoor? I think it's getting
Actually, my theory would be here 50 milliwatts would bring 200 H0 200 milliwatts would all be dead. I think 50 milliwatts could be just going above, but there's no 50 milliwatts.
because some people are
Roma.
using offset, some people are not.
Because you need to know.
Output on the transmitter, you need twice as much output to get the same gain.
Yeah, but if everybody's like out there still drumming, it's just noise.
The noise floor is already too much.
Also,
And that's not us.
also, are we that we use zero offset would be
We are, well,
like with 50,
everyone is being told zero offset. We are checking
just a few dB more, but
we found out and you've been told, then that's disqualification.
and
So
200
it's up to you if
definitely
you want to exploit that.
you can't turn the offset down. So,
analog does have offset.
Analog's all over the place. Analog's not square.
but actually offset is 3.5 milliwatts. A good antenna is more than 3.5. Like an old VTX.
Can take off now?
An old VTX actually different between old and new.
But do you think
It's on the track anyway. So let's go on the 1, 2, 6, 7, 8 up.
I believe
¿Ves o no?
Next heat, get ready. Race 17, E2. R1, Yuki Hashimoto, R2, Mato, R7, Single FPV, R8.
Stick it on 107, please.
¿Vas a hacer alguna otra prueba?
Pilots, get ready.
Vale, voy a estar.
Well, we are now beginning here at the Riyadh Drone Racing World Cup. Welcome back, everyone. We are beginning the second round of our eliminations. We started with 145 pilots from, I think, 49 nationalities. We now have 32 pilots remaining from the top 64 who made it to the start of today. We've lost half of them in the first round. These 32 are going to be reduced to 16. These are the 8 heats that are coming up for us. So those are the 32 pilots looking and still possible to be the first FAI World Cup champion of 2025 and the champion of the first ever drone race in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Heat number 17, as you can see, are taking their seats, and we have had a big delay before getting into this as pilots were just in discussion with the FAI over signals and channels and things like that. We are ready to proceed. So let's take a look at who we're going to be talking about loudly and quickly in heat number 17. Yes, Max Heiligman, the G-Man from the United States of America. He is in the green seat for the heat number 17 we're about to have. Then the reigning world champion of the FAI, Yuki Hashimoto from Japan. He's up in yellow. His good friend and teammate from Raiden Racing, Mateo Yuki Matsuyama, the Japanese pilot in blue. And then Teamer FPV, ready to give them all a fight. Young Timofey from Kazakhstan. He's going to take him on in red.
Teamer FPV at Elimination Round 18.
So our track awaits.
R7 Prism, R8 Balbo.
G-Man from America in green.
Elimination Round 17, R1 G-Man, R2 Yuki Hashimoto, R7 Mateo, R8 Teamer FPV. If you are ready, plug in your quads, put it on the block. Do the final checks with your pilots.
So the green seat will be G-Man from the United States. The yellow one will be the FAI World Champion, Yuki Hashimoto. He's at the start blocks, by the way, the man who should be in that seat. He is, or was, yep, from Cyclone Drone Racing, the American team who are the reigning world champions of the Drone Champions League after their amazing season in 2024. G-Man is taking his seat now. G-Man's in his chair in green. Yuki, the world champion, is in the yellow seat. Mateo, Yuki Matsuyama has just left his blue one. Yeah, there's a little bit of confusion going on now. Some sort of signal interference coming from somewhere, I think. A lot of people pointing in various directions. That is Yuki, the world champion, Yuki FPV. That's G-Man in the green seat. In the red, chilling out, looking very relaxed, is young Timofey Muraviev from Kazakhstan. Another brilliant young pilot. The one who is not ready to start is Mateo from Japan, who should be right there in the blue. So his quad is being at the starting blocks, powered up. And Mateo is being told to get in his seat and fly. He's not happy about something. But I think, you know, under the regulations, there's a certain amount of time between races, and they have had this massive delay before we got into this second round as well. So I think, you know, there is a schedule. We do have to have all the racing finished by 5 p.m. here in Riyadh. So giving everybody more than a chance to be ready, but at some point, the drone's got to get on and the pilots have got to fly. But we do, of course, want everybody to have the best opportunity to show their skills. So let's hope this goes well for all the 4 pilots in heat number 17. And they all launched. And G-Man from America smashed his into the tower, I think. I saw pieces in different directions, and it looks like G-Man from America is done. What a shame. The leader currently, Yuki Hashimoto, reaching the line in a 14.1 second lap. Excuse me while I get back up off the floor. Matteo in a bit of a fight. He was in second. He's been passed by Tima FPV from Kazakhstan, who's currently in second place. But yeah, Matteo not letting him get too far ahead. They're about one turn between them. The red drone of Tima hanging on to second, I think. As down goes Matteo, that's going to make it a bit easier for Tima. But the winner already is the world champion, Yuki Hashimoto, who has done a 17.4 and a 17.3, but his first lap was apparently 14.1 seconds. Even as good as he is, I'm finding that somewhat hard to believe, but he may well have done it. He is one of only 2 or 3 pilots who've gone sub 15 seconds in a lap, and he may have just managed to do the absolute quickest first lap we've seen. Regardless of how quick the laps were, Yuki is the first one to finish in a time of 48.988, which is so quick for 3 laps. And the second place pilot was 15 seconds behind him, but in no means a slow run. 1 minute and 3, we'll see Timofey from Kazakhstan. He's going to make it into the next round. There is Timofey's dad, who was looking super pleased just now as he left his son at the at the seats and went to get the drone. As, of course, he should be. What a great run. So Yuki, who won his first round, and Tima, who won his. Those are the pilots in first and second who are going to make it into the next stage. G-Man, sadly, that was over way too soon at pretty much the first obstacle he came across. And for Matteo, who was having some issues before he started, but still managed to get 3 good laps flown in a time of 1:16.8, but not quick enough to stay with the leading 2. So Yuki and Tima will progress, keeping their chances alive. We're looking at Bai Chiche, the runner-up of the FAI World Championship title of 2024, coming in behind Yuki Hashimoto, but the young 12-year-old Zepita from China in green. Then Yuran Qian, also from China. He is flying in yellow. We have Chris M, Christopher Yulmadsen. Chris M is flying for Denmark in blue. And Paweł Leszak from Poland, who was not the quickest of the Polish pilots in qualifying until I pointed that out, and then he pulled out a really, really good run. He is now the only of the Polish pilots in the elimination standings. He's the one in red. There is Zepita. That is Yuran Qian. And we just saw Chris M, and that's Paweł Leszak. Brilliant pilot from the DCL, the DRL, and the multi-GP champion of 2024. Where is Chris M from Denmark? He's not in the battle. But we do have 3 who are not getting any video signal from Zepita, sadly, but still racing. He is in 3rd at the moment and gaining a little bit on his Chinese friend Jian Yuran. But Zepita's been held up a little bit with his route into the ladder, and that's lost him some time. But I tell you what, also, there's people getting ready to be caught. Paweł having trouble getting into the, the exit of the tower. But he's not in danger of being caught by Zepita just yet. Paweł in 2nd, your leader at the moment, Yuran Qian, who's the first one to the slalom. And here comes Paweł in 2nd. And Zepita still about a quarter or so of a lap to go. And now the slalom is his. And all 3 of them showing a lot of speed. I'm only seeing 2 laps count at the moment for Yuan Qian, but I do think it'll be 3. But that, of course, is for the FAI to study. But Pavel Leshak, the winner there, in a 102.6. And Zapita might get through if Yuan Qian, well, if Yuan Qian has only flown 2 laps that count, as in he may have messed one of them up, then Zapita will make it to the next round. Otherwise, I think Zapita will end up 3rd, and it'll be Yuan Qian who progresses. But we're pretty sure we'll see Pavel Leshak in the next round, and sad to see so little of Chris M. So we'll keep an eye on whether there's an update. Here it comes. Yes, Yuan Qian flew 3 laps and actually quicker than Pavel, as we saw at the end, so they do count. It's a 101.2 for Yuan Qian, a 102.6 for Pavel, and it is, sadly, goodbye for Zapita, who is going to be 3rd, having been about 5 seconds behind them. So Yuan Qian finishing that ahead of Pavel because the laps were correct. And 1.4 seconds between him and Pavel.
Okay, guys, if you're ready, plug it in, put it on the lock. Take contact with
We will see Fabio Reyes Blanco from Spain in the green seat. We'll see J-Box from Cyclone Drone Racing, the reigning champions of the DCL. Joaquin from America will be in yellow. We'll see the 3rd placed pilot in the FAI World Championships, Min-jae Kim from South Korea. Min-jae in blue. And then Fenno Guillaume Bayou from France. He is going to be chasing in red. So I see Fenno and his spotter shouting across the arena at each other. We're looking here at Fabio from Spain in the green. There's J-Box. Getting ready to show us what he can do. Such a great pilot, both in the DCL World Series in the tournament in the simulator, but also at real-life races that we've done with the Drone Champions League too. A few months ago, we were in Abu Dhabi in the UAE. With one of the season finals, which he was racing with Killian, his teammates, and they absolutely dominated that. And that's J-Box. Here is Min-jae Kim, 3rd place pilot in the FAI World Championship 2024, and the highest scoring pilot in the whole FA Up World Cup Series of 2024. At the World Championships, he came 3rd behind Zapita, who we just saw get eliminated, and Yuki Hashimoto, who's still in this battle. But Min-jae Kim, in terms of all of the pilots, which were nearly 300, I think, who competed in FAI World Cup races in 2024, Min-jae had the most wins of all of them, attended the most races of all of them, and scored the maximum amount of points you could do in the FAI standings for the year. Alongside him, that is Guillaume Fenno from France. Now we are getting race control, making it very clear that, yes, pilots who are not racing but might be arming in the pilot area where all of the fixing and everything is going on in between races, that is absolutely forbidden, as it is at every single drone race. You cannot be arming and turning on quads while quads are racing because of the video interference. And yes, it seems somebody may have tried to get away with, or let's just graciously say, forgotten that rule. But these 4 pilots are ready to fly. Fabio from Spain, J-Box from America, Min-jae from South Korea, and Fenno from France. Yeah, we have 4 drones. We still have 4 drones. Good start. The leader of them. Really good start for Min-jae. who's got a bit of a chase going on between himself in the lead and J-Box, who they know each other so well. J-Box on the chase of Min Jae. The drone for Fenno is not flying. His goggles are off. The Frenchman is finished at it. And so is Fabio from Spain. Neither of them flying anymore. Fabio trying to get back off the ground. But Fenno is not trying to get his French drone back in. Like I say, his goggles are off. He's finished with it. There's Min Jae's blue drone. On the chase now, as he's been completely left behind by J-Box, which can only be, I think, due to a big mistake from Min Jae. J-Box is very quick, but I don't think he'd get that big a lead over Min Jae in such a short time. There's Min Jae finishing it off. It is J-Box who wins. Min Jae who is second. J-Box in a time of 57. Min Jae in a time of 1:02. J-Box getting an 18-second fastest lap, and Min Jae's is an 18.4. So yeah, close race between the two of them. Min Jae was in front. It finishes with J-Box in front of him. They were 1 and 2 for the entire run. Neither Fabio or Fenneman get to the end of their first lap, and they're both going to be leaving disappointed. Yeah, there's your confirmations. Just the tiniest fraction, over 57 seconds for J-Box. That's a really, really solid run from him.
Upcoming elimination race, number 20, R1, Demon. R2, Joey, Wanyang, R7, East Yuki, R8, Batu, Middlecom. And pilots for elimination round 21, be prepared. R1, Silas R. Breaker, R2, Rowley, R7, Roxing Pen, R8, Burkhan. But first, elimination round number 20. R1, Demon, R2, Joey, Wanyang, R7, East Yuki, and R8, Batu, Middlecom. When you're ready, plug in your quads and put it on the block.
So heat number 20, Roland Ronto, Demon FPV from Hungary. Alongside him, Choi Wong-yun, who may have surprised a few people, but he's very, very quick. He is from South Korea in the yellow. Then East Yuki, as we know him, or also sometimes Small Yuki, as it says on the HUD of his drone and his controller. I love that, it says Small Yuki. Yuki Yamamoto is the name of our pilot in blue, also from Japan. And then Batu Erilkun from Turkey. He also flies for the Japanese team, the former DCL World Champions, Raiden Racing, as we saw with Yuki Hashimoto and Yuki Matsuyama as well. Batu and other pilots who are here. But Batu, a member of Raiden Racing and proudly representing Turkey in the incredible drone racing scene that they have there. He's in the red seat. That's Demon FPV from Hungary. That's Roland. This is young Choi Wong-yun from South Korea. Then we have Yuki Yamamoto. And that is Batu Eralkun from Turkey.
Next race begins in 5 seconds.
And they fly, 1, 2, 3, 4, through the tower and the second part of the tower. No problem for anybody, but down, down, down. That is Choi Wong-yun from South Korea. His yellow drone drops out. The tower was flown, but after that came a bit of a cropper. Not sure what it caught, but it didn't stay in a net. And now we have our green drone, which was just about to cross the line, has now been passed. That's Demon FPV from Hungary, who's recovered it and is back in the race. Batu from Turkey was the one who passed him on the line just after Roland had crashed. The current leader in all of this, though. It is East Yuki, or Small Yuki, or just Quick Yuki, as we're going to look at him right now, as he is laddering and making his way towards the second part of the ladders on a really good run from little Yuki. He's quick. Look at that fast Yuki makes the finish. He's done that brilliantly. Who's going to get the second place? Well, it will be Batu Erilkun from Turkey. And Roland Ronto from Hungary will get eliminated there, and in fact doesn't quite make it to the finish. I think he's down on the far side at the flag turn. But he was ahead of Batu for almost the entirety of the first lap. It was the final turn which saw him go to the ground. A few seconds later, Batu passed him, and although Roland got back into the race, he never caught Batu again. So he'll get eliminated, along with Choi Won-kyun, who crashed very early in that one. They'll both be out. Whereas Beast Yuki, Small Yuki, Yamamoto, whichever name we want to use and whichever one he wants to be called, he is the winner of heat number 20. Batu keeps Turkish hopes alive. Good run from him.
Okay, upcoming elimination round 21. R1, Silazar Braver. R2, Rowling. R7, Longsing Pen. R8, Burkam. And pilots of elimination round number 22, be prepared. R1, Marv. R2, Nevesin. R7, Attica. R8, Hator, FPV. But first elimination round 21. R1, Silazar Braver. R2, Rowling. R7, Longsing Pen. R8, Burkam.
So there is Propsicle from the United States. Silas Aaron in his seats, ready to take on heat number 21. Next to him, this is Rowling, who is ready to fly. That's Raul Borrega from Spain. We're now looking at Long XL, Long Qingpeng from China, and on his right, or rather his left, our right, Dimo Sterev in the red chair from Bulgaria. So the USA, Spain, China, and Bulgaria in green, yellow, blue, and red, respectively, with Propsicle, Rolling, Long XL, and Birkin. And a lot of people shouting, stop, stop, stop. As we have Sotir from the FAI just in front of one of our pilots. Everything is approved. No problem there. Let's go flying. Come and get it, pilots, in heat number 21. And our launch is good for everybody. And down goes Raulin from Spain. But he's back flying again, but he looks a lot slower than he was. I'm not sure what happened to him and why he dropped down. He didn't hit the tower, maybe a brief midair. Everyone else seems to be okay and still flying. The first one across the line is Birkan. Dimo Sterev gets there. The second place pilot is Long XL. Propsicle with some work to do. The brilliant Silas Aaron is down on the floor by the tower on the strange side of it. I don't know if he hit it going through it, but he's going through it again now. Flying again, but Propsicle rattled it onto the floor, and we had a lot to do to catch up from third. He's got a lot more to do now. 2 laps flown for Long XL from China and Birkan from Bulgaria. They're your leaders at the moment. Birkan in red, Long XL in blue. They are battling in the ladders. Long XL on the chase. There's his blue drone desperately trying to catch him. Now Long XL pursues him into the slalom, won't get him, but nearly does at the finish. What a great, great final corner for Long XL. Birkin managed to hang on. And just taking a clip on the side of the tower, but managing to keep flying. That's rolling. His drone from Spain, Raul Borrega, still flying. And not quite to the end. But Propsicle, with 1 lap scored, is sadly going to get eliminated here. What a shame for Silas Aaron. A 23.9 first lap after the little mistake or moment he had at the tower, which meant he had to go back and get through it again. Pretty quick considering he had to do that, but only the 1 lap. Just 2 for Rolling from Spain. It is Birkan Demoster from Bulgaria who wins that one in a time of 102.3, and less than 0.2 of a second behind him was Long XL, mostly due, I think, to the best final turn I've seen in the entire tournament, where he took the run to the finish gate after the slalom as tightly as I've ever seen it done. Good work from those pilots. Great battle. Look at that. 0.385 for Demo Sterev. And like I say, just under 0.2 for Long XL. Peng just behind him. Everybody looking at each other like, where did you come? What did I do? Where did you go? See just the excitement as people are like, have I got it? I think I've got it. Did I get it? You knew it was tight. Well, for all our American friends watching, Propsicle, sadly, is eliminated there along with Raoling. Whereas Long XL and Birkan, they'll be in the next round. Three more heats of this round to go. This is number 22. It will feature from Liechtenstein, Marvin Schaefer. Now, we haven't talked as much perhaps about Marv as we should have done, as he set the fastest time in qualifying on this track in 1 or maybe even 2 of the rounds. Wasn't number 1 seed overall, as of course we have made clear earlier on. And now the crowd is starting to come alive as we're getting to the tighter end of things with these pilots. So yes, Marv from Liechtenstein was in the green seat. Then Avacin from France. There's Marv. This is Avacin, Lucas Baudouin from France. He's racing in the yellow. Next to him, Atakan Mialcimek will sit there. The Turkish pilot. I can't see him right now. Not at the blocks, not with the drone. Oh no, the drone is there. The quad is on the block for blue now. And Atakan is out of his seat and moving. There he is. In the red seat, we were looking at the Brazilian Heitor FPV. The only Brazilian of the 145 competitors here, and still keeping his fighting chance alive. And knowing many Brazilian competitors in other sports and esports as well, and some of my favorite moments in esports have been in Brazilian stadiums in Rio de Janeiro and Sao Paulo. Yeah, there's no such thing as a Brazilian competitor who's going to easily lay down and die. Not any of them. Neither are the fans. Love to do a drone race in Brazil sometime. That would go off. Let's see what Heitor FPV can do for the wonderful Brazilian community. He's going to be in Heat 22 in red. Now, we don't have Atakan in his seat. We do have him standing by the net, fiddling with his goggles. And just, hopefully we can pick him out for you. There he is. That is Atakan. And behind him is where he needs to sit. And his brother, Birkan, actually, there's Birkan just coming up to him now. Those are the Mialcimek brothers. And you see there now, if we look at the starting block from the other side, you can see they're standing in front of the red seat where Heitor is about to fly. Still checking his goggles, now moving away. And okay, we're going for it. That's Batu from Turkey helping him as well. So 2 of the Turkish team with Atakan, who is about to sit down, his brother and Batu. Batu's in the next round as well, of course. Hang on a moment. Now, hang on a moment. That's Bartu in the seat.
Next race begins in 5 seconds.
No, the race is proceeding as it should, with 4 drones in the air and a red one belonging to our Brazilian Heitor FPV, having to go a very, very long way upwards to the bottom of the tower, and we're back up to the top of it to go through it. So he is, nevertheless, despite that bit of a detour in the chase. 2 laps flown first by Marv from Liechtenstein, and through the slalom, so close to wiping each other out. Heitor FPV, Atakan and Avasin. And talking of wiping each other out, it is Atakan from Turkey who's in a net and trying to crash flip out of it. Good luck with that. Meanwhile, at the front, Marv sits and waits for anybody to join him in. He's first. Second, that is going to be Avasin from France, who keeps their hopes alive. Lucas comes in second place behind Marvin. Here is Heitor, who's done such a great run from Brazil. But he is going to be third in this, which will mean he's eliminated. But big applause for Heitor from Brazil, and Atakan, who looked like he had some issues before that race got underway. He is going to be out at that stage. And I do think Bartu was in the seat, but Atakan was stood next to it and flying, so no worries there. So a clear win again for Marv. I've been saying how good he is. You're really seeing it come together for him. Marv's total time, 52.7. And Lucas Avasin, 7.5 seconds behind him. That 16.967 fastest lap that we just saw for Marv is I think the 3rd fastest time set today in the eliminations. 1/10 of a second behind a run that MCK did earlier. An MCK, his best lap today, the 2nd best lap today of anybody, it is 2.7 seconds slower than the best lap today, which is Yuki Hashimoto's. Where is he putting that together from? So yeah, the crowd really coming alive here, and so many of our pilots making so much noise. I see all you pilots, keep it coming. Next heat, number 23. Antero Souza, the pork chop from Canada. He's going to be racing in green alongside Arvin Schroeder in yellow, proudly representing Germany. Han Young-Yi from South Korea will be racing in blue, and Roma FPV, Rodrigo Milares Vilares, the Spanish pilot. He's going to be in the red in the penultimate heat of this round. Now, we had 3 Spanish pilots make it. Oh, there's Pork Chop. Give us the half heart, Pork Chop. He's busy. Kind of busy right now, Matt. Shut up, Matt. Arvin FPV, his drone's just getting cleaned on the starting block. That was lovely. There's Arvin, ready to fly. Arvin Schroeder, another really popular young member of the drone racing community, the worldwide community. Remember him from so many events and always just smiling and happy to do it. And then here you see him, ready to fight, and he's in a really good battling place so far. This is Han Young-Yi from South Korea. And alongside him, that is Roma FPV. Rodrigo Martinez Vilares from Spain. And I was about to say, we've had 3 Spanish competitors make it to this round. 2 of them have fallen. The last hope for Spain, it's Roma FPV in red. Here it comes. Pork Chop, Arvin, Han Young-yi, Roma FPV. Through the center of the tower, a little bit of a slower turn for Roma FPV, the red drone from Spain. Got a bit of catching up to do. Side by side for quite a lot of the first half of this lap. It was Pork Chop and Young-yi Han. And Pork Chop just currently leads Young-yi across the diagonal. And in the slalom, Han moves past him. What a great move in the slalom that was. And Han Young-yi from South Korea is leaving Pork Chop behind now. He was chasing throughout the first lap like he was trying to find a spot to pass him. Once he did, he was getting away. But Pork Chop is staying with him now. He's in second, gaining on the slalom as well. Great run from Pork Chop. It's 1 and 2. It's Han Young-yi, and they're side by side through the honeycomb. It's so close. There's a crash as down goes Roma FPV, and Pork Chop leads Han Young-yi now through the diagonal, cross between the towers in the slalom. They are so close to the end. What a finish! What an absolutely brilliant finish between Pork Chop and Young-yi Han. Third place in no small effort. Arvin Schroeder from Germany in the yellow seat is third. At the front with a time of 52.131 is Han Young-yi from South Korea, who just beat Pork Chop into second place by 0.04 of a second. If you know me and my commentating in the Drone Champions League and other events that I get to do, we get excited when we start talking about tiny margins. There's one right there. 52.131 for Young-yi Han. Pork Chop's 52.177. 46 thousandths of a second, if you like your precision. I do. That's such a close finish. Both of them through that finish gate. What a brilliant ending. So I think the times from the run we just saw might be being slightly adjusted. It's not going to change the top two being Han Young-yi and Pork Chop, but it might be an even closer finish than we thought. I'm thinking in that last round that actually, instead of it being Han Young-ji by 0.04 over Pork Chop, I think it's Pork Chop getting the win over Han Young-yi by 11 thousandths of a second. Even smaller gap and the other way around. Pork Chop, the winner of that previous heat, by 11 thousandths of a second over Han Young-yi. We have our last heat of round 2. Tristan Twine, Juicy Flick from South Africa is in the greens, well, not in the green seat. You see, he's standing in front of it there. Next to him is MCK, Min Chan Kim from South Korea. He'll be racing in yellow. Dan Buster, who gave him such a good battle in the previous round, he's going to want to beat him in this one. The blue drone will be for the British pilot Daniel Miles. And then he's got MCK on one side. On the other side is Kylian Rousseau from France. He's going to fly in red. Juicy Flick, MCK, Dan Buster, and Kylian. Some pilots who know each other well. Some pilots who are finding themselves amongst really, really prestigious company. It's something I've been wanting to change in the British drone racing scene where I'm from for a long time. You almost never had British pilots going overseas for races, and I was really, really hoping that would change. British team has gone to the WDRC the last few years. Now we have some pilots who are happy to try and mix it up at some of the other races too. So well done to the 4 guys who came here from Great Britain. And Dan Buster, the runner-up in the British Championships last year, he's doing his rock, paper, scissors thing, and I love him for it. Usually he loses. I'm going to get you, Dan. There you go. Attaboy, Dan. How chilled is that? MCK on one side, Killian on the other. And let's not leave out Tristan Twine from South Africa. Juicy Flick on the green seats. But hang on a moment. Dan Buster. Wait, he's still doing his rock, paper, scissors because there isn't a quad waiting for him.
Okay, guys, we need re-block. Please re-block your quads. We have several interference. And Juicy Flick is coming through on R7.
So we're just going to delay starting this final heat of round 2. We may have a pilot who's on the wrong channel because as you make your way through this elimination bracket, sometimes you do change seats. And if you do, you're on different race bands and different channels. And I think that might be what this short delay is. But regardless, as drones are being unplugged, yes, now we have Dim Sim from Australia helping out Dan Buster from Great Britain, getting the drones onto the block there. And Mark from Race Control, and Eric, one of the senior judge here for the FAI. Just taking a quick, yeah, they're just scanning to see what channel everybody is on. Make sure everyone's on the right frequencies. Don't usually see that being done at the starting blocks though. So something not quite right down there, and it's looking like the blue drone, which wasn't there with all the others and is there now, is getting a little bit further testing. Dim Sim, that's Mason from Australia with a little monitor. Now we'll check, do a little finger dance. Got to come up with a better name for that. Okay, so now we're getting video from Dan's blue drone, and I'm not seeing anything from Killian, but we'd know if he wasn't, so I think. For the final heat of round 2 of eliminations, Juicy Flick from South Africa in green, MCK from South Korea, not where we want him to be. He's talking again, like he did in the previous round, talking again to our FAI team. Then we have Dan Buster waiting in blue. Killian Rousseau. Goggles are back up for him. I was about to say, he's usually just sits the whole thing in goggles down and just doesn't concern himself what's going on. But right now you see the conversation starting to be involving Killian. As he's talking to MCK, I think he might have just been saying, right, let's do it anyway, come on. MCK not happy. Killian maybe not happy, but I think prepared to get on with it. Killian looks like he's going to, and MCK in his seat. So let's see what happens. MCK, Min Chan Kim from South Korea, 2023 FAI World Champion, previous DCL, DRL, MotoGP, he's won them all. So we may, because this race band for the yellow seat is really problematic right now, literally right now, for some reason, it might be that a test flight is happening. He's looking unhappy about it. Eric from the FAI is still there. Dan Buster's in his groove, looking happy and ready and wired up. One of the delays getting into this second round of eliminations was a bit of testing going on in between round 1 and round 2, which Min Chan Kim was part of. He's really unhappy with the situation right now. And if you caught yesterday's stream, as I was chatting with Sotir, who's the most senior of the FAI here attending the race in Riyadh, everything is done, truly, during an event to give the pilots the best opportunity they have. and if possible to err on the side of the pilots when it comes to, you know, maybe tricky decisions and grey areas over what happened in a race and so on like that. So they really do want MCK to fly. Obviously it has to be fair, but if he's not happy with the conditions, I think everyone else is prepared to get on with it. That's Juicy Flick from South Africa. That's Dan Buster's drone being tended to by Dim Sim, Mason from Australia. There's the finger spin, finger dance, finger boogie. Need a better name. All right, here it comes then. The final heat of round 2 to find the next 2 pilots to proceed to the top 16.
Okay, here we go.
Next race begins in 10 seconds. Next race begins in 5 seconds.
MCK's video is not looking great to me, but that doesn't mean it's the same for him. He's flown, I imagine, with worse, but that doesn't make it okay, but let's see what he's got. And a coming together, and it's absolutely separated. Dan Buster's drone from Dan Buster's battery. I'm pretty sure the battery's disconnected from Dan Buster, and it's come down in 2 halves. That's such a shame for him. I don't think he's going to take any more part in this. Neither looks like Juicy Flick from South Africa. And instead, MCK, who was so unhappy, is putting his foot down. Down through the bottom of the tower, through the slalom. 1 lap, there's 2. 17.3, 17.4. Trying to stay with him, and we know how good he is. Kylian Rousseau. The red drone is his in 2nd place, and MCK, with whatever was on his mind before the race, is showing, all right, I'll get on with it. Watch this. There's the slalom. It's done. MCK absolutely murdered that one. MCK just flew a 17.3, a 17.4, and a 17.6. So neatly done. Kylian got quicker and quicker with a 19.2 and 18.1 and then a 17.4. Dan Buster shaking his head. The LiPo and the drone are in 2 separate places on the floor, quite far apart. I'm not quite sure what carved him. And Juicy Flick was in it for some time, but won't make it to the next round. It is MCK who absolutely owned that one. What a competitor he is, unhappy before the race, and then putting that to the side of his mind and absolutely demolishing it. Not the quickest time we've seen, 53.8 for MCK. That is a decent amount of time off the pace that some of our pilots have set today. 56.086, not too shabby, of course, for Kylian. Not many pilots are going sub 1 minute. Now, before we get to these 4 pilots, which will be the start of... Now, these are the round 3s being arranged. These are not the next heat. So as we take a look at how the eliminations have been going, our top 32, half of the pilots who qualified out of yesterday, the top 32 on the left have been reduced now to the 16 that are down the middle. So it's quarterfinals coming up next. Races 25, 6, 7, and 8. Those are the 16 pilots. Yuki Hashimoto, Yuran Tian, Pavel Leshak, Timofey Muravyev in the first. Then Kim Min-jae, Joaquin Ibanez, J-Box, Yuki Yamamoto, Batu Ariel Kuhn. They will race in heat 26. Marvin Schaefer. Is this the day that Marv gets the win over some pilots who are perhaps a little bit better known than him? He, as I said earlier on, has been setting the best times in a number of the rounds so far. Marvin Schaefer, he'll be in Heat 27 alongside Lucas Berduin, Long Xingpeng, and Dimo Sterev. And then it is Antero Sousa from Canada alongside Kim Min Chan, Han Young-yi, and Killian Russo. That will be our last quarterfinal in Heat number 28. Beyond that, we'll have 2 semi-finals, 4 pilots in each. Then we'll have the small final, which will settle who's between 5th and 8th, before we go to the grand final, where we'll find out who is going to be the champion of the first ever Riyadh Drone Racing World Cup and the first race of 2025.
Elimination round number 26, be prepared. R1, Min-jae. R2, Joaquin Ibanez. R7 is Yuki. R8, Batu Adolkon at first. Elimination round number 25. R1, Yuki Hashimoto. R2, Yuram Tian. R7, Pavel Vladisla. And R8, Chima. If you guys are ready, plug in your quads, put it on the block. And when you're good to go, upcoming elimination race number 25. R1, Yuki Hashimoto. R2, Yuram Tian. R7, Pavel Vladislav. R8, Chima FPV. And elimination round 6 cells. R1, Min-jae. R2, Joaquin Ibanez. R7 is Yuki. And R8, Batu Adolkon. An upcoming elimination R1, Yuki Hashimoto. R2, Yuram Tian. R7, Pavel Vladislav. And R8, Chima FPV.
Here. Yeah, this one is fun. Ready? Black one? Yeah. Yeah, no good. So which one do you think?
one? Go for it. Is it good? Yeah, it's good. You sure? Yeah.
Upcoming race, elimination round. R1, Yuki Hashimoto.
Two left, two right.
R2, Yuro Tio. R7, Pavel Vladislav. R8, Tima FPV.
Get ready.
啊，上电。
Okay, pilots, we want to continue. So please, if you're ready, put your quad on lock. R1, Yuki Hashimoto. R2, Yuro Tio. R7, Pavel Vladislav. R8, Tima FPV.
Round 3 begins here in the Riyadh Drone Racing World Cup as our 64 pilots who started today have been reduced to 16. 4 rounds to come now. The beginning of heat number 25. We welcome in the green seat the reigning FAI World Champion, and not to forget the reigning FAI Junior World Champion as well, Yuki Hashimoto from Japan. He's going to be racing alongside Yuan Qian from China, who is giving a few pilots a little bit of a surprise. Pavel Leszak from Poland will be alongside them in blue. And I'll talk about this guy whenever I get to see him, because I think he's more than giving some people a surprise, unless you already knew how good he was. Tima FPV, that is Timofey Muravyev from Kazakhstan. He's an incredibly quick young pilot. There's not many pilots in Kazakhstan. He's not just the quickest there, but he's very, very fast in many, many, many different tournaments. So let's see what he can do. He can certainly cause at least one of these pilots, or a couple of these pilots, to miss out on the next round. So Yuki from Japan in green, Yuan Qian from China in yellow, Pavelos, he's representing Poland in blue, and Kazakhstan's Tima FPV, there he is, flying in red. But we have drones not armed on blocks just yet. There's Tima's dad, drone on the block but not connected right now, and the others are in the hands of various people. Pavel's down there, in fact, who isn't going to be in that blue seat just yet then. So what are we waiting for? Of the 145 competitors who came to Riyadh to race in this tournament, we had, I worked out, 49 different nationalities between them. Of the 32 in the last round, 19 nationalities were still being represented. Now with our top 16 pilots, they're from 12 different countries. The first ever winner of the Riyadh Drone Racing World Cup is going to come from Bulgaria, Canada, China, France, Japan, Kazakhstan, Liechtenstein, Poland, South Korea, Turkey, or the USA. We had many Saudi pilots, pilots from Jordan, Qatar, Oman, the Syrian Arab Republic. Many countries I've not had the chance to see pilots from in the past. Such great welcome, and so pleased to see them. Not in this stage, unfortunately. Now, of these 4 pilots, Yuki FPV, Yuan-Chan, Pavel, and Tima, only Yuki is so far undefeated around this track, and he is by far the quickest in terms of times.
Okay, we got 4 quads ready on the block. Pilots, take your seat. Final checks. Thumbs up if you're ready.
Hastily getting back to his seat. That's Yuki. Can't afford to take any of these races too easy. We're down to 16 pilots now.
Pilots ready? Okay, here we go.
Next race begins in 10 seconds. Next race begins in 5 seconds.
And we go. We get this started. And sadly for Yuan-Chan of China, his drone is in a net. The leader currently, it is, of course, Yuki Hashimoto. In second place, it's Tima FPV from Kazakhstan being chased by Pavel. They're both close in the slalom, and Pavel moves past him at the end of lap number 1 as Tima went a little bit high on the second slalom gate. And now he's got the chase because Pavel has moved a little bit further from him as Tima was a little bit wider on one of the earlier turns. But Tima is attacking now. The red drone pursuing Pavel's blue one. Way ahead of both of them, though. Yuki Hashimoto, not even close to his best times. 16 seconds, still quicker than everyone else. But he can go a lot faster than this, unbelievably. Into the ladder flies Tima. Out of the other side of it already is Pavel. There's a bit of a gap there. Yuki has already finished. Pavel's going for the line and gets there. And Pavel from Poland, Pavel Leszak, will be second. And then Tima FPV got 3 laps flown very quickly and looked like he finished third, but I only say it like that because only one of Pavel's laps is registered right now. If there is a problem with either of his other laps, then Tima is going to proceed. You see right now, Timofey being listed is going to be in second, and now it's been updated to third. He is going to miss out. Pavel's laps do count. Pavel flying a 19, a 17.6, an 18.1. All really, really good times. Yuki doing a 16 dead, as long as a 16.5 and a 17.8. And Tima, he put in a 17.2. As you can see, his quickest lap, quicker than Pavel's. It was just one part at the end of the first lap in the slalom, just lost him a little bit of time, and then he was keeping up with Pavel. It got a little bit apart at times. It got a little bit closer together. Pavel stayed in front of him. He's through to the next round. Yuki goes with him and remains undefeated on this track. And sadly for Timofey, he is going to leave in the quarterfinals along with Yuan-Chan.
R26, R1, Vijay, R2, Joaquin Ibanez, R7, East Yuki, R8, Batu Adolkar.
So for heat number 26.
R1 Marv, R2 Levesin, R7 Longxing Pen, R8 Durkam, an upcoming elimination round number 26, R1 Vijay, R2 Joaquin Ibanez, R7 East Yuki, and R8 Batu Adolkar.
All right, the announcement's bringing the pilots to the stage. Heat number 26 then is upon us. Let's take a look at, oh, interestingly, our race production director is at the starting blocks. Just checking something, maybe for broadcast from down there. So let's talk about who's going to be racing in the second heat of round 3. Min-jae Kim from South Korea. He's going to be in green. Then J-Box Joaquin from the United States. He's going to be flying in yellow. Yuki Yamamoto, listing himself as East Yuki. His drone tells us he's small Yuki. I'll tell you what he is. He's undefeated so far on this track. Today, he's flying for Japan in blue. And Batu Erilkun, who is the last of the Turkish pilots, he is going to be flying in the red. He's not going to fly holding his own station. I'm absolutely certain. No, here comes his spotter to take that from him, so don't worry. That was Yuki Yamamoto in the blue. And we have with Batu, just looking down at the red station. I see Burkhan. Yeah, no, Batu getting ready to fly. Burak. Yeah, Burak spotting for him.
Next race begins in 5 seconds.
I think I see Nazim down there too, nearby. We see our 4 drones there going for it, and J-Box, I think, with a slower to start. And Batu, surely not, wiped out immediately. And this drone race is not quite as colourful as we hoped, as Min Jae Kim is out in the front. And also flying is J-Box. They know each other so well, but there's a big gap between them, and there's nobody else contesting it. East Yuki, small Yuki, sadly, he's going to be eliminated. Yuki, he's not flying. Neither is Batu, whose goggles up and the drone is somewhere. I see a blue drone belonging to Yuki trying to come back alive in the middle of the track on the floor. It looks pretty safe where it is. I also see a 3rd lap beginning for Min Jae Kim. He's done a 17.5, he's done a 17.7. He's leaving J-Box for dead. Min Jae is done. 3 laps in a time of 54.1, and I think J-Box is only, he's bringing it in now. And he's done it in a time of about 1:01. It's coming up as only 2 laps, but I'm pretty sure he's done one of those times is 2 laps combined. Either way, Min Jae Kim, there he is. Can he win the day? J-Bot's looking under stress during that. Min Jae looking relieved at the end as he got the win. J-Box pleased that it turned from the stress he had at the start to a good, strong performance from him. Sad to see any pilots crashing out and their day ending in that fashion. Yuki Yamamoto leaves us along with Batu. So no longer do we have Turkish pilots in this. Sadly, we also lose, up until now, the undefeated East Yuki. Min Jae and J-Box, they are always 2 pilots who are exciting to watch. I've had the pleasure of seeing them battle on a number of occasions. It's always good. So in the yellow seat, getting himself ready for heat number 27, the 3rd in this round. That is Lucas Baudouin from France. Avassin getting himself connected. He's got a lot to do in this race. That is Long XL, Long Qingpeng from China. Yes, we see you, Long XL. We got you in the China Dragons in the Drone Champions League. Burkhan Dimoshterov from Bulgaria, undefeated today on this track. But on the opposite side of the seats to the red one in number 4, if we looked at the green one in number 1, we'd see the also undefeated Marvin Schaefer from Liechtenstein. And I mentioned earlier that it's quite interesting to see Yuki has outright won by some margin every race he has flown. Yuki Hashimoto is who I'm talking about. But from the first 2 rounds of the eliminations, if you combine the races, Marv is the quickest. If you had to get an elimination round 1 and elimination round 2, and the times in them, Marvin Schaefer, who's coming up in the green seat now, there he is by far the fastest pilot over the 2 rounds of elimination so far. Even though Yuki is doing laps no one else can get near to, Marv has had 2 runs that are faster than Yuki's combined. Told you, this isn't maybe going to look quite so straightforward as people might have thought. So Marv from Liechtenstein, we're racing green. Avassin from France in yellow. Long XL from China. He's going to be in blue. Burkan from Bulgaria in red.
Pilots, are you ready? Yeah? Let's go.
Next race begins at 10 seconds. Next race begins at 5 seconds.
Got props spinning. Green, Marv, yellow, Avasin. Long XL and Burkan, all nearly together. Burkan looked like he just dipped, like he'd just been nudged by Long XL out of the blocks. That's just part of racing. He's all out of shape. Burkan from Bulgaria, absolutely out of where he wants to be. Who is where they want to be? Well, Marv, he's winning the race so far. He's the green drone in the front, and Burkan is flying again, and Marv is looking close to lapping him. Here it comes in the ladder. There he goes. He's right with Burkan, and there's a lap between them. And down on the ground is Avasin from France. But in the nets is Marv. And after being so far ahead and so quick in the first 2 rounds of elimination, like I said, Marv is about to be eliminated because he's in a net and it's got him. Long XL from China, such a good pilot with the China Dragons. He's weaving his way down the ladder and he goes diagonally towards the flags. Over him through the honeycombs was Burkan, about half a lap behind him. There's the winner. It's Long XL from China. And Burkan, who was down on about the second turn of the first lap, might be the only other pilot to progress, because I think he's got 2 laps and nobody else has. How many times have I said it when having the pleasure of commentating on drone races? Never give up. You don't know what's going to happen in the rest of the race. And if Burkan's heart had sank and he just stayed where he was, look at Long XL and the emotion on him. He won that race. He's still in this. He's through to the semi-finals, and look how much it means to him. And Long XL is one of the happiest and funniest people I know in drone racing, and the emotions are hitting him right now. His battle continues.
Before we go further, please collect the remaining.
Wow. What action and surprises we are getting today. Marv, who I told you, the quickest in elimination round 1 and 2 combined, is out. Showing what a battle he could have given us and maybe have won the entire thing. He is sadly going to be eliminated in the quarterfinals after the nets got him and kept him. And Burkan, who was dead and done in lap number 1, will be in the semi-finals after bringing it back and a little bit of fortune. Looking at our final heat then, number 28, our final heat of round 3. There he is. It's the ever-popular Antero Alberto Junior Sosa. It's Pork Chop in the green. Proudly flying for Canada, and such a loved character in the scene as well. Guess who's not in that seat? It's MCK. Oh, there he comes. He's going to sit and get ready to fly. After what he did in the previous round, this could be very exciting. Han Young-ji from South Korea. Going to be flying in the blue, and next to him will be Kylian Rousseau from France, battling in the red. So it's getting sharp now. 16 pilots about to be reduced to 8. We already know 6 who are through to the to the semi-finals. Only 2 of these can make it. Pork Chop today undefeated on this track. MCK today undefeated on this track. Both Han Young-ji and Kylian Rousseau won their respective heats in the first round and came second in round 2. Come and get it if you want to be in a semi-finals. It's a massive procession through the honeycombs. It started to split a little bit, blue and red. What a fight between Han Young-yi and Killian Russo. Killian in second, and coming for him is MCK, who's down in third at the moment. Moves past him. Killian now in third, MCK pushing for the lead. Han Young-ji goes a little bit wide at the bottom in a split S. Now he's let them get in front of him. Pilot onto his third lap first. It is MCK. Behind him, Killian. The blue one is Han Young-ji. The yellow one still fighting. That is MCK as well. Pork Chop still in this. No, he's into the nets. So is Han Young-ji. MCK wins it. Killian stays alive. Killian, who was fighting to get up into the top two. MCK, who was second for a while. Han Young-ji was leading that for some time. He doesn't finish, sadly, neither does Pork Chop. MCK in a time of 49 seconds and 1,000th, if you like. Killian, 2.3 seconds behind him. And neither of them had the lead until Han Young-ji went a little mistake, which has taken him out. So in the quarterfinals, we lose Pork Chop, we lose Han Young-ji. MCK remains undefeated. There's only two pilots who are on this track now. And Killian Russo, another second place. And he continues.
And by that, it's going to take a couple of minutes so we can complete the heats for the semi-final. Meanwhile, the lift will go at the track to collect the remaining quads in the nets. So please give us a couple of minutes, and we will be back as soon as possible. In the meanwhile, let's still got a quad laying around here at my tail. Who is missing a quad? Got retrieved from the nets yesterday. It's a quad with pink 3D prints, triple props. If it's your quad, let me know. You can collect it at my table. Burak Burslik, would you please come to the timing table? Burak Burslik, would you please come to the timing table?
تتوقع اسمع تتوقع وقت السباق الى برا
As long as this is on. Well, we're going to go and show you a little bit of what's happening down here at our pilot line and show you some of the many, many people who are helping us put such a great piece of work together here. On this side, we have our FII jury, but on this side, more importantly, is our pilot line. Let's go and take a look. We've got Matteo here who's helping Yuki. How's Yuki? Matteo? Hey. Yuki is being spotted for Yuki Hashimoto by Yuki Matsuyama from the Raiden team. Well, how do you like Yuki's chances?
Yeah, he is fast.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, hope. I hope.
And have you enjoyed the tournament so far? Are you pleased with how you did? Are you happy with what you've done?
Yeah, happy.
Of course.
Yeah, of course.
I know you always are, Matteo. I know you always are. Yeah. Well, let him help Yuki get ready because the semi-finals are going to be upon us. I'm not going to get in the way of any of our pilots, although we do have the legendary Min Jae's mum that everyone loves so much. Say hi to Min Jae's mum. She's so popular. G-Man and J-Box getting ready as well. You feeling good, J-Box? Can I quickly ask you?
Yes.
No, we're not about to fly until the track is clear, so I've got a moment. We haven't seen you at FAI races before. I know you very well through the Drone Champions League and other events as well. You're a member of Cyclone Drone Racing, who in only their second year of existence won the World Championship of the Drone Champions League, which was a great experience for you guys last year.
Yeah.
Now you're at an FAI race competing individually. None of us have come to Riyadh before. How's it been for you?
It's been amazing.
Yeah. You feeling focused for this?
Yes.
What I'm picking up here is this is J-Box with. He doesn't want to talk to me right now. I'll leave him to it. I was getting that impression anyway. And as we make our way through some of our many, many friends who are making here in Riyadh, I'm going to go and see our pilots. I'm going to break through barriers and go where I like. You've kept me caged in a tower for too long. Wait a minute, come with me. It's going to be a bit dark, but we must never, ever, ever miss the chance. Surprise, but I can never resist. Ladies and gentlemen, the reigning women's world champion, Luisa Rizzo, is here with us in Riyadh. Listen to that applause, Luisa, that's for you. How's that?
Thank you so much, everyone. This is amazing.
And you were racing in the qualifying as part of the 145 pilots who are here. Sadly, didn't get to see you in the top 64. What happened to you in qualifying?
Fortunately, I had bad video during all the race, so I didn't manage to close one single lap until the very last qualifying round. So I just tried my very best in that one. Made 3 laps, but it wasn't enough. So next time.
And I know how loved you are in the community. I've said many, many times, Luisa tried for 6 years to win the Women's World Championship, always in the shadow of the legendary Milk FPV, one Raya Wanapong from Thailand, who was the winner of it for 5 years consecutively. But that title is yours now as you finally beat her last November in Hangzhou. What's it been like for you since, as now the Women's World Champion, going back to Italy? You were the, I believe you were the runner-up in the Female Athlete of the Year in the World Games as well. These are big titles. How has that been for you?
I still can't believe it. No, I think I won't ever get used to this.
Good.
but I know I must defend this title now. I have so much admiration for Milk and all the other women. I really hope to find new ones too.
Yes, of course.
So don't be afraid to join us. But I'll keep training harder and harder for that.
And you're absolutely right that for a few years at the Drone Champions League and in other events, we've been trying to grow the amount of female representation in drone sports. Mach 1, an all-female drone team, now in the World Championship in the Drone Champions League, for example. I imagine here you've had plenty of chance to, up in the pilot area, to chat with some of the other female competitors are here as well. Who have you been impressed by?
There are some girls I didn't know before. I don't remember the nationality, but I think that they all are improving so much. And I have a special place in my heart for Moga.
For Moga?
Yeah.
I think a few people have got a place in their heart for Moga. Yes, she's very special from South Korea. But you are very special as well. The Women's World Champion, Luisa Rizzo. What a legend. Love her to bits. 6 years of trying, now the world champion. And if we have a little bit more time, I'm going to make light sticks and cameras and things move because I have been released. Oh, here's pilots. Hello, hello, hello. There they go. Hello, audience. Yeah. I can come and play. Look, so amongst us, lots of our pilots who are in the competition. Big waves from up the back there as well. We see you, we see you, we see you. I don't know him. I may be to blame for some things, but I'm not, sorry. Such a great group that we've had here as well. Pilots from, I think, 49 different nationalities. Zenith down here, we just want to have a quick chat with Zenith. You were helping Pork Chop out earlier on, I think.
Yes. We were trying to push as hard as we can, yeah.
Is he here? I thought I saw him.
He's coming. He just went to pick up his drone. He was stuck on the net.
Okay, well, we did lose him, so you can come on through, guys. Come on through. I may or may not grab you as you do so. Oh.
Hopefully you don't bite.
Right, I think we will be keeping our eyes peeled for a semi-final that might be about to fly, but we won't never get in the way of the racing because that's what we're here for. And if I have to commentate it from here, I don't mind. Here's Antero Souza on cue. Kind of, you were late. Where were you?
I was grabbing my quad because there's...
Why are you doing that? I'm waiting for you. Don't you know who I am?
Yeah, I do know who you are, but I didn't know you were coming.
No, you didn't. Nobody did. Surprise. Big battles for you. Undefeated on that track until just now, as far as today is concerned. Great performance. I'm sure you're... Well, how are you feeling?
Oh, I was just an adrenaline rush. I was feeling real good. Got mid-aired by MCK, but who else better to get mid-aired by, huh?
It means you were close to him, right?
Exactly.
And you're always happy. You had a really good time here.
Oh, I had a fantastic time. It was awesome. Thank you, Riyadh.
And so much support for you. Go and chill out and watch what's going to be an amazing set of semi-finals. I'm getting signaled to stop now. They don't know me. Someone's got to say some words. Might be me. All right, their semi-final is coming. I'm ready for a semi-final wherever it is.
We are ready for semi-finals.
Who's that? Rude.
Who do you think it is?
Go on, Stefan. Bring us the semi-final.
Semi-final, R1, Benjay, R2, Joaquin Ibanez, R7, Paul Vladislav, R8, Yuki Hashimoto. Semi-final, R1, R2, MCK FPV, R7, Woxing Pen, R8 Killian. Upcoming, fourth semi-final, be prepared, R1, Benjay, R2, Joaquin Ibanez, R7, Paul Vladislav, R8, Yuki Hashimoto. If you are ready, plug in your clocks. Put it on the blocks. Thumbs up if you are ready. R7, Pavel Vladisla. R8, Yuki Hashimoto. With the pilots, give me a thumbs up so that we know we are ready to go.
So we are looking towards our track for two amazing semi-finals. The top two pilots in each will go to our grand final. The pilots in third and fourth, they will have a small final to contest for the places between fifth and eighth. So in semi-final number one, you're looking at Min-jae Kim from South Korea. You're looking at J-Box, Joaquin Ibanez from the USA. There is Pavel Leszak from Poland. And what a all-star lineup with the fourth pilot in the red seats. Undefeated today, Yuki Hashimoto from Japan. Min-jae, J-Box, Pavel, and Yuki FPV. We have the third place in the FAI World Championships with the Korea team medal and the third place in the juniors. We have one of the reigning world champions of the Drone Champions League. We have Pavel, who is the multi-GP champion of 2024. Oh, Yuki Hashimoto, he was a two-time champion in the Drone Champions League and he's the reigning FAI World Champion. Are you ready? This is only a semi-final. Four quads on blocks, owned by four of the fastest pilots in the world. This, Min-jae, J-Box, Pavel, and Yuki FPV, that is a grand final that many competitions would love to have. And here in Riyadh, it's semi-final number one. And a bit of a hush of anticipation here in our arena. And a bit of discus throwing, warming up going on down in the starting blocks. Min-jae, J-Box, Pavel, and Yuki FPV. Two of them to the grand final of the first ever drone race in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the Riyadh Drone Racing World Cup 2025. Min-jae, J-Box, Pavel, and Yuki. Two of them to be disappointed to miss out on that grand final. Good luck to all the pilots who have battled to this stage. Yuki, by far the single fastest lap, some of the most incredible times. We'll never know if Marv could have beaten him at the end of today. What we do know is Yuki is so far undefeated on this track in the eliminations, and he's flying in red, J-Box in yellow, Min-jae in green, Pavel in blue.
Okay, here we go.
Next race begins in 10 seconds. Next race begins in 5 seconds.
Come and get it, pilots. Good luck to everyone. And away we go. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And the fastest out of the blocks, it was Yuki Hashimoto with the red drone. But where is it now? Heading downwards through the flag turn, it is Min-jae in the green, followed by J-Box, and we've seen them chasing each other so many times today. Min-jae tends to have the lead of those two, and he does right now through the honeycomb as he flies. J-Box pursuing him in second place, but now down to the ground, Min-jae! And this race has turned completely upside down. J-Box is coasting into the ladders, and ahead of him, Pavel is rolling his drone through the center of the track. This is a rare opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to see J-Box flying at something less than, oh my God, speeds. And he's doing it, and so is Pavel, because a space in the grand final is looking absolutely nailed on for the pair of them, as sadly, the reigning world champion, who has been absolutely astonishing on this track, he is no more, and neither is Min-jae Kim. There across the line is J-Box, and ahead of him, Pavel leads to the grand final. And Min-jae trudges between the cameras. And Yuki with a smile on his face, wishing luck to, wishing luck to Killian, who's coming up in the next semi-final. That's the first thing Yuki did, was wish luck to his friend Killian, who's going to be in the next one. What a pro. I'm always praising drone racers for their competitive attitude, both how keen they are to win and how great they are in defeat. Wow, what an upset of 4 incredible pilots. We knew it would be good. Pavel winning that one for Poland in a time of 1:05.7, and J-Box 8.5 seconds behind him. J-Box slowing down an awful lot, though. As I say, I've never seen him flying at that, and I use this word carefully, slower speed. Not at all slow, but not J-Box speeds. Min-jae got a 17.2 first lap, by far the quickest of any lap in that race by anybody, but there wasn't a second and there wasn't a third. And for Yuki Hashimoto, the red drone was the first one to launch and the first one to fall. So semi-final number 1 barely finished, and we catch our breath and look at semi-final number 2 with Berkan Dimosterev from Hungary. That's not right. That should say Bulgaria. From Bulgaria. I know he's from Bulgaria. I just looked at the screen, and for some reason, that absolutely doesn't make sense to me. Dimo Sterev from Bulgaria, known as Berkan. He's in the green seat. Min-jae Kim from South Korea. He's in yellow. Longqing Peng, we saw how much it meant to him in the last race. He was in tears for winning it. The Chinese pilot, he's in blue. And Killian Rousseau continues to fight in the red seat for France. There he is, proudly representing his country. Berkan, MCK, Long XL, and this, Killian. We just lost Yuki Hashimoto in semi-final number 1, who was undefeated on his track today. The only other pilot undefeated on his track today, you're looking at MCK. And he put in great times when he wasn't happy with the situation before the race. What can he do when he is happy? Hold on tight. 145 pilots came here to the Riyadh Drone Racing World Cup. For some of them, it was their first ever time overseas at all. For almost all of us, our first time in Saudi Arabia. I had the pleasure of going to Alula for the Drone Champions League World Championship final in 2023. But for most people, the first time here. the first drone race in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And for all of you who've come here for your first time or one of your first races and meeting other pilots, I hope it's been an absolutely incredible experience for you, as it has been for so many of us. And now you are watching legends of our sport fighting over very, very few places for the grand final.
Okay, here we go. Semi-final 2.
Next race begins in 10 seconds. Next race begins in 5 seconds.
Now we go for semi-final number 2. And the 4 drones are buzzing around the honeycombs and leading them towards the ladders. It is MCK. He's in yellow, Killian in red and weaving through the flag turn and pursuing MCK, but he's so hard to catch. MCK with a 15.2, Killian with a 16.3, very low to the ground and crossing the line. Burkan, he completes his 3rd lap, and where is Long XL? The blue drone of Long XL is making his way around, but it's not quite as quick as we saw before. Who is leading this one? It's still a 15.5 for MCK on his 2nd lap. Another yellow drone belonging to him. Moving through the ladders, going for the turn, gaining on Long XL and looking like he might lap him in a semi-final. MCK wins semi-final number 2. There's Killian coming in seconds. Burkan from Bulgaria is putting up a great fight around the flag. He's going to get 3rd place here, and it is great to see Long XL still flying. I was worried we lost him earlier. Burkan is down. Long XL completes it. All 4 legends to the end. Led in a 49.3 by MCK. And there's Long XL. It was so nearly a grand final for him. You can see he's disappointed he's not there, but he'll be in the small final in a few minutes' time. With him will be Burkan. And that is one of very, very few races we've had today where all 4 pilots have completed 3 laps. They are so good. And they complete it here. MCK winning that one and is out and away and getting ready for the grand final. Pretty sure all the results we've seen in the semi-finals are going to stand. I'm just looking down at the juries, at the FAI judges, and at race control. So it looks like there is the verification. Long XL 4th in a 1:08. Ahead of him, Burkan, Dimo Shtarev in a 1:05. Killian finishing in a 52.2. What a great run from him. But still 3 seconds between him and MCK, who wins it for South Korea. And with that verification, ladies and gentlemen, we know that the champion of the first ever Riyadh Drone Racing World Cup will be fought for between, I'm making sure. There's a change coming. The champion is going to be one of Min-Chan Kim from South Korea, J-Box from the USA, Pavel Leszak from Poland, or Kylian Rousseau from France. Those four are our grand finalists.
Okay, pilots. Okay, at 4 o'clock, we're going to start with the small final. So we have a little break, a little pre-preparation time for the pilots. So it's going to take like 7 to 8 minutes before we're going to start with the small finals. And after that, we're going to race the most important race of the entire race here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We're going to prepare ourselves for the big final we've all been looking for. Who is the fastest pilot of this event? Who will bring the big prize with them? And who is going to be the champion of this race? We're going to take a 7-minute break before we're going to start with the small finals. And after that, we do the preparation for the big final. And when we are going to start, I'm coming back to you. So give us a little patience. Get some beverage, take something to eat. We will be back in like 6 or 7 minutes. R7, Paolo Vladisław. R8, Killian. But first, we're going to have the small finals. R1, Minjay. R2, Yuki Hashimoto. R7, Long Xingfeng. And R8, Burkhan. And when we are done with the small finals, we're going to prepare ourselves for the major event, the final. R1, MCKFPV. R2, Johan Wendibanes. R7, Paolo Vladisław. And R8, Killian. But first, upcoming race, small final. R1, Minjay. R2, Yuki Hashimoto. R7, Long Xingfeng. R8, Burkhan. When you are ready, plug in your quads, put it on the blocks. And let us know so that we are ready to go.
Get ready.
So it's time for our small final for our pilots fighting over the positions of 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Some surprise names in here. A few pilots that some predictions before the tournament thought that they were likely candidates for the grand final and the title. Minjay Kim will be flying in the small final alongside Yuki Hashimoto, the FAI reigning world champion who's been unstoppable on this track until the semi-final just 2 races ago. They're also going to be racing against Long XL from China and Burkhan from Bulgaria. Wait. I'm sorry, I'm going to steal. Good luck to all 4 of these incredible pilots. Minjay in green, Yuki Hashimoto in yellow, Long XL in blue, Burkhan in red. And a little bit of action towards our blocks as a runner goes to check on Burkhan's drone. That's getting put back where it needs to be. Burkhan with his spotter, ready to fly. Your small final of the Riyadh Drone Racing World Cup.
Next race begins in 5 seconds. Next race begins in 5 seconds.
Props are spinning, drones ready on blocks, get ready. And the launch is fantastic from all 4 of them. And here we go with the blue drone of Long XL slightly behind the other 3 at this early stage. The lead currently, it's Yuki Hashimoto, of course it is, as he leads out across the middle of the track and he's already back again. First lap for Yuki, who can come in second. We've got a brilliant battle between blue and green. Long XL and Minjay fighting over second and third, whereas Yuki is leaving them for dead. He charges through the middle of the track. He's through the slalom and he's on his way. Yuki wanting this title. It won't be the first place, but he might get the win of the small final. He's through the tower, completing the ladder and on the far side. Who can possibly stay and try and get second? There's the winner. It is Yuki Hashimoto. Out of the ladder, everybody else fighting for the remaining places. And the second place goes to Long XL. He's gonna go absolutely nuts over the second place here. I think Berkan from Bulgaria will take third. And it looks like Min-jae Kim has maybe not got the third lap and might have to settle for fourth place in the small final and eighth place overall. And let's get right in here with the excitement. Yuki, let me quickly grab you, my friend. And look at Long XL celebrating too. How awesome is this? And the atmosphere down here. I hope everybody's getting to see Long XL and how pleased he is. Come here, my buddy. Come here, my friend. And who else do we have? Let's get our camera in here as well. Yuki, I first want to talk to you. You have absolutely dominated everything here in Riyadh. I imagine it hurts a bit to be in the small final and not the grand final.
I won the small race, right?
You did?
So, I mean, yeah, the actual video is, for me, it's a little bit bad. I can't see the other quad, so I don't know which face is me, but yeah, I won the race, it's fine.
It's one race is fine, you're happy with that. It was another great contest, and you have put in lap times over this entire competition that nobody else got anywhere near. You were absolutely incredible on this track. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the small final, and let's not forget the reigning world champion, Yuki Hashimoto!
Yuki! Yuki! Follow me! Yuki! Yuki!
And who is leading the cheers for him? Long XL, my friend, come here. Legendary member of the China Dragons. First one getting the crowd to cheer for Yuki.
Yes!
After you're beaten by him in that small final. But this is the Long XL I know. The big smile is back.
Yeah, it's really hard to select our DCL 2024. It's impossible for our China Dragon. Yeah. Yeah, I'm here, by the way.
You are here. That is true. He is real and everything. And we saw something I haven't seen from you before. We saw a lot of tears 1 or 2 races ago. You seemed so excited that you'd made it to the next stage. What did something like emotionally hit you right then?
Yes, because for me, it's really hard to be here because I teach a lot of child in China and they have a really good result. So they give me pressure. And my family, my sponsors give me pressure. So I need to be pushed for myself. And it's really hard because I flew like almost 7 years. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's really, really paying off. Yeah. The legend, ladies and gentlemen, many of us are only getting to know him in the last couple of years, but we'll love him for a long time. Long XL!
I love you guys!
Also here on the start, though, we will make some space as we have the grand final to come. Get yourselves ready, everybody. We know how exciting this is going to be. Absolute legends taking seats right behind us. Let's get ready for this.
The finals will start within 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
The final is middle preparation time. In 10 minutes, the final will start with the upcoming finals. R1, MCKFBV, R2, Joaquin Ibanez, R7, Pavel Vladislav, R8, Killian. So 10 minutes before we're going to start with the major event, the biggest race of the event. So just give us 10 minutes for the pilots to prepare themselves for the biggest final of this event.
So while we wait for the grand final and give our competitors 10 minutes to get ready, I thought I'd come back up here because I got removed earlier on to go and do my job, and I actually quite like this side of things when I get the chance to do it. Pilots, are you ready for a final? Such a pleasure to have so many of you here. Pilots, could you please stand up? I just want to show how brilliant it is. Stand up if you're one of the pilots who's been competing. For those of you who don't know, this is the first ever drone race in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. 145 pilots came to join us from, I think, 49 different nationalities. Can I ask our audience, please, you've been so welcoming. We're so grateful to everyone in Riyadh for having us. Could we please have a round of applause for all of our competitors? You've all handled the conditions. You've all given us your best. I know it's been challenging for everybody. You can sit back down, by the way. We're not being formal here. But well done, everybody. Thank you so much for coming and taking part in all of this. And the battles we've had have been great. Let's go and talk to a couple of our Turkish team. Hello, guys. We've had great runs from you. Atakan, how are you feeling?
I feel nice.
You feel nice, do you? Ooh. Okay. We're not on the screen, by the way. They seem scared about showing me right now. I think they're a little bit worried about showing whatever Matt might get up to now, and that's cowardly, to be honest. Atakan and the guys as well, Nazim. So I've been saying so many times since I was with you in Istanbul last September how amazing the Turkish drone racing scene is. A lot of you made it here to this competition. How are you feeling about how it's gone for all of you in total?
I mean, it was a great time. We had a great time here. It was a bit disappointing with the video issues we had, but like overall, it's a great time.
Yep. And nearly getting to the finals, getting pretty close to that. Which is more important, making it towards the late stages of the competition or just getting further than your brother? Beating him? No. Oh, sorry again. Could you ask him, is it more important to beat Burak?
Burak'ı yenmek önemli miydi senin için?
No, I think we are like team, so.
Yeah.
I didn't see like him like my enemy.
You're getting appreciative applause from up there that it turns out the brothers are nice to each other. Which is not the answer I was expecting. Let's be honest. Let's move over this way a little bit. I might go climbing through some chairs. They're still not showing me on the stream. Cowards. V over here. I want to go to V. I'm going to... Used to be a dancer, don't you know? It doesn't show, does it? V from Lithuania, whose birthday it was 2 days ago, everybody. Just a reminder. Also, Fabio's yesterday. Happy birthday for yesterday, Fabio. V, I think, and we've been a bit preoccupied doing the top 64 here thing, but I think in qualifying, I believe you were the highest of all of our female pilots. Did you know?
Yeah, I was trying to figure out.
I think you got the best of all the qualifying times.
I think I did my best, and for the next FAI race, my goal is to get to elimination stage.
Yeah, and you weren't far from it. I think you were in the 70th, around the 70s, I think, if I remember correctly.
At least in 100.
Yes, definitely in the top 100. I think you're doing yourself an injustice. I think you were in the top of the 70s. And I've only known you for a short while through some races, but clearly practice and everything going well for you.
It's winter in Lithuania, and it's pretty hard to fly by 5-inch quads. But we train with tiny whoop simulators, and right now we don't have any snow, and we were considering about going out.
Oh, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think we're talking to the best of the qualifications of all of our female pilots here. V, everybody. I've now got you all to myself, so I can do what I like. I'm coming over here because Lebeba is signaling to me. Lebeba, everybody, from America and member of Mach 1. You waved at me, darling. This is your fault.
Actually, I want to tell you about the Mexican people here in Colombia, Brazil, Chile, Puerto Rico.
Venezuela, I know we have somebody from Venezuela. He made sure to tell me, don't worry, I know.
No, españando.
Yes, I got the message, don't worry about that. But yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic having so many different nationalities here. I'm climbing up again. Turns out it's empty. Other crisps are available. And yes, my friend here, my new friend, we've been chatting about your racing and how well you were doing. Crazy quad, everyone. What an experience it's been for you.
For me, this has been a really nice experience because of the venue, because of the people. You know,
I'm looking for it.
Coming here to meet so many people here that we are kind of friends right now, and we become also kind of a family. So
Yeah.
this is what is great about being in these kind of races and events. So thank you very much for all the organization, and thank you very much for all the people that supported me and that helped us to be here.
Yeah,
Thank
absolutely. Well said. Round of applause, everybody. Absolutely well said, Crazy Quad. And it has been such a great family and seeing so many of us together again and meeting new pilots as well. And Lebeba, just want to mention, as anybody who knows Lebeba will know, she hasn't been racing for basically, well, the last year, shall we say, after an accident which left you in hospital. I know you don't mind me saying. We've been wishing you all the best from the Drone Champions League to get back into flying. Finally, you're back flying again. I know you're still recovering a little bit, but you must be so glad to be back up in the air.
I really appreciate that you mentioned my accident.
Yeah.
And I try to do my best, but I have a lot of problems with my body and my drones too.
Yeah.
And the video is horrible, I think.
Yeah, it's been a long time as well since we've seen you flying. But, like I say, back in the air, here, so at least we're going to see you racing again.
Yeah.
Which is the most important thing, because we love what you do.
In the future, I try to put all my... I'm trying to do my best in all my real flying in simulators. I love everything about drones.
Yes, of course. Yeah, and we're so glad to see you well and getting back into flying. Lebeba, everybody, from Mach 1. And proudly with your Mexican compatriots and representing the USA as well. You look nervous. Why you point like, no, says Danu. Don't tell me what to do. You know me, don't tell me what to do. This is a rare chance for me to basically go out and do this kind of thing. You want me to point this at who? You want me to point this at, say when? Yeah, right. We'll talk to all of you. How's the experience been for you? How's the whole event been for you?
It's fantastic. I mean,
yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Don't you dare! Do you know how long I have to wait and fill for pilots on a regular basis? Maybe you should wait for me for a change. There is nothing more important than our grand final. I'm glad you're having a good time. You got off easily. Let's go grand final racing, everybody!
The final R1 MCK FPV, R2 R7 Bubble Marifra, R8 Killian. Prepare yourself.
Thank you.
Plug in your quads, put it on the block.
Yeah.
Give us the thumbs up so we know that you are ready to go.
Sorry. Here or up there?
This entire race took 3 days. We had more than 150 pilots. We had 51 nationalities gathered around here at this event. 51 nationalities.
Who gave you a microphone?
I've got a microphone.
I'm glad we've got a definitive figure. I have said a few times today, I believe it's 49 because I worked out 49, but I'm glad we've got the 50 broken because we wanted to hit the 50. I know Basel and our organizers wanted to get 50. We have 51. So well done to all of our competitors for the amazing racing, which is coming to an end as our grand final is taking shape on our starting blocks. What a grand final we have. Let me tell you who's going to be racing. In the green seat, representing South Korea, a legend who's been coming up since, since many years ago. He's been so well known for such a long time. He's a previous world champion of the Drone Champions League. He's a previous champion of the DRL. He won the Multi-GP Championships in 2023. He is MCK! Next to him, a pilot who we know is fantastic in the simulators, such as in the Drone Champions League, but also in the real-life races. He helped his team become the new Drone Champions League World Champions in 2024, the reigning World Champions in only their second year of racing, and he did that racing both virtually and in real life. In the yellow seat for the grand final, J-Box, Joaquin Ibanez from the USA. Next to him, a pilot who I've known for a few years and with warm support from the audience, representing Poland, brilliant in the Drone Champions League for a few years, and the reigning multi-GP champion, it's Paweł Leszak. And completing our lineup, as we say, last but by no means least. Ladies and gentlemen, what is there that this pilot hasn't won? Races in the DRL. I think two-time world champion in the Drone Champions League. You know him. I don't need to tell you many of the things he's done. He may well be our champion today. He is Kellyan Russo! MCK, J-Box, Paweł, and Kellyan, one of them will be the first ever champion of the Riyadh Drone Racing World Cup, the first champion of 2025, and the champion of the first ever drone race in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. What a final this is. Get yourselves ready. This is going to be quick. And a hush over our pilot area and noise as we go flying, and the best out of the blocks was MCK. Now he leads the pack. Behind him it's Kellyan chasing him, as we've seen them do so often. Kellyan in red, MCK in green, also flying J-Box in yellow, Paweł in blue, fighting with each other in the middle of the pack. And hard into the wall, but trying to recover. That is Paweł above us and out. MCK still pushing hard at the front. Kellyan still trying to catch him with the red drone. Kellyan going across the line now. J-Box going across the line now, but coming down through the ladders. MCK working his way to the flag turn. Through the flag turn, through the bottom of the towers, across the line, it's MCK! Kellyan Russo is the runner-up and completing his route through the tunnels. The last part, it's J-Box in third! These competitors who know each other so well, and so much respect between all of them. Paweł in fourth after crashing in a new place on our track. He'll be disappointed with fourth, but what a great run from him. Min-Chan, I need to grab you. I know you probably want to go and get your drone and, I don't know, do some practice or something because you're like that. Min-Chan. You're the champion of our the first ever drone race in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. How does that feel? How does that mean to you?
You know what? Like, it's super hard to breathe because I was that nervous, you know, because this race was a little bit hard for me because I was using like digital system, but now I switched to analog due to the video system issues. But, you know, it was very hard to get used to during the race, but I finally won. After so many like bad happens and so many issues, mid-airs, you know, I cannot like say anything more, you know, because I'm so happy.
I'm glad you're so happy. I'm glad you're in your winning ways. We did see a little bit of drama earlier on. I think the quarterfinals, we were waiting for them to start. You didn't seem very happy. I think Kellyan was saying, let's sit down, let's do it. And then you went and won it anyway. What was going through you then?
So, you know, I mean, same for every pilot. So I think we have all the bad video issues. So I talked to the judges, and then they wanted to test. But you know, it's sometimes if I test, and then some people think it's unfair. So I just decide to do with the bad video. But luckily it went well, and then I finally won.
Yeah.
So I'm super happy.
It looked like it maybe lit a little fire inside of you. Not that you need the encouragement. It looked like you sort of went, okay, I'll show you.
Some kind of like that because
yeah,
I still can go fast.
Yes, of course, of course. And although Yuki was dominating throughout the whole competition, you put in like an incredibly quick lap in one of the earlier heats. Just went out and did one, and it was unbelievable. So this track, despite all the issues, you clearly are the MCK we know.
Yes, not only Yuki, all the best top pilots in the world came in Saudi for this competition.
Yeah.
So it makes me super nervous, and especially this track is very short. So if you slightly make a mistake, you cannot catch up. So I think the making not mistake is very important.
Yes, yes. And I think it may surprise people to hear that you were feeling a bit nervous because we know you. You have won everything. You've won the DCL, the DRL, the MotoGP, etc., etc., etc. You've been the FAI World Champion in 2023. Like, we know how good you are. I think people are still surprised here. Yeah, even you get nervous.
Of course. Especially in this race, I think I got nervous way more than other competition because, the video system that I use here is what I'm not using for practice and other races. So it was very hard to get used to for me, but luckily it worked well. So, I think I'm going to practice harder for next races.
He never stops. I was only half joking when I said I'm going to stop you getting to your quad just in case you're going off to practice. Our champion of the Riyadh Drone Racing World Cup, the first FAI tournament of 2025, and the first ever drone race here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, it's the legend, Min-Chad Kim! I'll try and grab our other competitors from that grand final. All three of you, if you want to come to me, maybe I'll get a few more words out of J-Box this time. We'll try. Killian, we see so many battles. You and J-Box racing together on Cyclone Racing. I know you know each other very well. Pavel here too. We'll clip you up, it seems. Killian, we've seen you, MCK, Min-Jae, you guys racing so many times during Champions League, other tournaments as well. Second place between MCK. A lot of people would be happy with that. Are you?
Yeah, I'm extremely happy, especially because I ever wanted to be fighting on super huge competition like it was Min-Chan. And I told him, bro, we're gonna make it. We're gonna one day make P1 and P2, and today we did it. That was really another day for me, especially with all this issue, and I was trying to go for it and deal with that. And there were just so many pressure. I think I never struggled that much to go into some gates, especially the few last ones.
Ah, right, okay. And J-Box, you were mixing that up in the fight the whole time. Did you feel like it was yours?
Not at all. I was so nervous, and I was just taking it one lap at a time.
Yep. Yeah. Are you happy with your performance in the final?
Yes, I'm very happy. Yeah, I'm grateful to be here. I'm so happy to, get this placement. I'm just so happy.
Yeah. And Pavel, just squeeze in a little bit, maybe just come between these two here. Pavel, I guess you're feeling a little bit disappointed about where your drone has ended up.
No, not at all. I'm happy that I made it in the final. What can I say more? Just had some pretty good race strategy to get into the final. Got a little bit lucky here and there, but that's drone racing.
Yeah, it is, indeed. These guys are so incredible. I said earlier on, the semi-finals were races that many events would be pleased to have as their grand final. Instead, you made it to our grand final, and what a race it was. Ladies and gentlemen, the other competitors from our grand final and the legends that are J-Box, Pavel, and Killian. And so, as we are still surrounded by many, many pilots who are congratulating each other and so pleased and hanging around with each other in the pilot area and some wonderful little young friends that we've made too. We will get ready for our prize-giving ceremony here in Riyadh, but that will be in a little while as the stage needs to be constructed. Right now it's being assembled, and that's going to take a little while. So from here in Riyadh, congratulations again to all 145 competitors from the 51 21 nationalities that have raced here for the Riyadh Drone Racing World Cup 2025. What an incredible first event we've had. Many people talking of records being broken here. Maybe the largest drone race there has ever been. What we do know is these competitors and some new faces are showing what a great community we have and how welcome everybody has been here in Saudi Arabia. Our thanks to the Kingdom for welcoming us to this event and for bringing all these pilots here. And our congratulations to every single one of the competitors for making it to this race and showing us what they could do. It's been such an honor for everybody. Our thanks to the sponsors, also to the Saudi Federation for Cybersecurity Programming and Drones, and of course to the FAI. I've been Matt Andrews. Thank you for having me present what an incredible and historic competition this has been. We'll see you again, but right now, our thoughts, of course, they are with our first champion of 2025 and the first ever champion in Saudi Arabia. Well done again to MCK. No. The thing I just said?
Yeah. No, not all things.
No.
DCI one, okay? for being
No, no, I know. Everything is because of.
فتح يقول له نزل يقول لي شوف هذا وين راه منه كده.
Good as possible, so to be not accurate. Yes. But from other side, the organizer must be in a situation to handle this. So if we try to do the only super high level competitions and we find a sponsor for this, we can do it, let's say for 20 or 30 people, very similar like Formula 1 or something like this. But we have no sponsor. To have a sponsor, we must have a good competition like this. Someone say, we will be interested in such kind of events and we will invest. So this is the problem. We are very small as community and we are not so interested by the sponsors. So we must, let's say, try to show us and grow the activities all over the world, no matter how. And then when some money gets coming and it can be go on the TV or something like this, we can push a little bit tight all the things.
I think it's that the problem is not with many pilots. It's nice to have like a diversity of pilots.
Yeah.
The problem is just the rules that don't really give you a direction. They're very open. Like they give you the opportunity to cheat very well. Like there's nothing in the whole rule about could have legally used it. No, nothing.
No, there is. No, there is.
Yeah,
but it's not right and offset, it's right, and then the power, it's 25. So with a margin. During the flight, if the power is getting up, you are over 20.
But your margin is very high. The H0 offset is exactly that it fits into the margin.
Yeah, but are you checking? You're not even checking like the video transmission power during flight.
Yeah, people put it on Armin switches.
I know.
So that's why this OSD thing is important and this hash. That eliminates Armin switches. So just you have to figure it out, but then if all pilots are very happy, because a lot of pilots have the same issue. They don't feel like fairly treated or whatever. And like that's sports. Sports is often like that. It's unfair. On TV you always see how nice it is, but in the background it is never very nice, like soccer or whatever. So that's why you have to try to get it with the
So now from the last competition in China, we have let's say so there will be some changes that we will see. So yeah, the sport developed it, but from other side, the FAI is not profitable organization, and all we are doing this not for money. I come here and my office, my business is running without me for 1 week, so I not receive any money from here to be here, and I lose money because I'm not in my office to work for me and my people that are there. So this is the other side of the situation. So we try to do it in the best way we can, but we are not in the business from one side. This is also worse for such kind of things, let's say high technology things, because if I'm, let's say, owner of HD0, I'm in situation to move the events like this, I will be focused to do my business better and to have best for the pilots, let's say, not possibility for cheating, etc. But from our side, we try to collect all opinions in one sporting plot, but it cannot be, let's say, so tight with the special producer, because the NT0 offset in the rules because this is the not fair for the others that want to do such kind of devices.
Good drive.
But we can
only one line.
No, we can because it's stuck with the special product from special company. We are worldwide organization.
They don't care. Pilots say they don't care. It's okay for them.
But if they're still gonna buy H0 stuff, they can use the offset.
Because it's made for
What colors get your hat?
White props.
White props.
Let's.
Oh, that.
Blue?
What was R1? Green.
Because there's also another.
No. He went straight on this net.
I was straight up there, like behind.
We will look if it fell down 1 second.
Is it behind the bar? Maybe.
No, it's never. No.
I'm gonna see, but I have DVR even when it's in the net, so probably not. I'm gonna